slight little frag that they can get out of this. Another dink down. Hold on. Pistol's doing damage. Oh, no. VP. This is a full eco. It's not even a force buy, guys. 25 seconds. The bomb's in CT control. How do Buster and Kicker get this back?
Oh, there's so many players in and around the bomb itself. Time is so low. Kick it at least does start off, but they need to find frags and need to get them quickly. Transfer over to the pit position. They're so damn low, and they line up for Cirrus and Big. I can't believe they've won that. Even the FAMAS and Torres wasn't even needed.
Oh, pain. Oh, pain. That is pain. Yeah, that is painful. Very, very painful for Virtuspro. Watch the lineup for CS one more time. Buster and Kicker, man. Oh, that sucks. It was a USP that started off the round as well, not checking their corners, unable to really get some stable shots at that close quarters in the site. Oh, VP, that is not a round they should have conceded. I think they know it. They're back on the force buy, obviously, but they are fighting with a vengeance to do some initial damage towards Zentaris, but Buster is killed off by the man.
It's just frustrating knowing that they lose a round like that, and now even with the follow-up, Big are fueled with confidence. They aggress down Banana, take the control away from the T's, but then also get that first kill onto Buster.
And Zentaris tagged heavy is going to be the weaker element, but he's got plenty of players around him. AK set towards Tizian and Tabson in particular, and the AWP of Searson watching into the Bananas. Look for another good contact pick. Does land a tag shot onto Jame, but the kill going the way of the T side. Back to a 4v4.
It's going to start scrambling the rotations a little bit, though, for Big, because they wanted to boost that AWP up towards Broken Wall, hold the line, and allow a little bit more of a risk on A. Instead, that's going to pull the attention for Zentaris back over to the B side to hold that crossfire with Quito.
Kindar rotating up, sees the man. Tags up against his name, not towards the Big side, so starting to claw a little bit of breathing room back here, but still the HP advantage favours VP in the 4-on-4, 40 seconds. I think that's going to try and exploit that because Antares is here towards the B side defensive, and that's where they're going to execute towards. Incendiaries and smokes all being set up here towards Coffins and Cross, but they'll siphon off. No rotations inbound from Big. They're waiting for VP to fully commit, but at this stage I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. Sanji tags Antares close range. Quito going to get caught off by Kicker. Looks back towards the man, gets a dink off, but no kills towards him. Blind sprays. Antares can't find a trade back. Neither can Tabs and Tizian here.
This might just have to be a save call. Zentaris is so low for the T's. No one's overfacing at all. Just get out of there. Hold on to the weapons.
Yep, run out of dodge. 2 AKs, 1 M4. Pass something into the next round here for the CT side, and with the money still being pretty high for Tizian, they can probably drop. They can probably force the issue.
Yeah, Big. That was a very clinical start to the rounds. The way in which they aggress Banana, get that first kill, boost the AWP up, but for Virtuspro, just some of the entries, some of the distractions as well with the Kinder out from Boiler just made that B site feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Second back to the board of VP as once again we're back to the back and forth way. Very similar ways to things starting off on Dust 2 and translating to Inferno pretty nicely. And again, Big should be able to force up. They're even going to get the AWP for Searson here.
Would you say it's very pleasing like VP?
Tactical pause for the very pleasing side. In this moment in the backline might be able to provide some better results for the Virtuspro camp. Of course, still on the back foot at this stage, still a round down. What's the potential here for the T side?
It's all about really finding conversions and just making sure you're not just getting reset. Trying to take the AKs out of play on both Tizian and Quito would be very much a big success for the T side. I've got to remember that VP were invited to the group stage due to their road to Cologne EU points, 4th in the rankings overall, where for Big, they came through from the world rankings as of the 31st of May.
The world rankings being important for a lot of teams involved.
Yeah.
Working in as a result of those positions, and again, those lower level tournaments that have gained a few extra points, which has put them into the top spots. So, starting to see how well it will go for them here at the world stage, but in this round, not going well for Quito. Good kill for Kicker, it starts things off.
Now, that over-aggression towards Banana just gets handled really, really quickly by Kicker. And now for Big, they've got to make a bit of a decision of a risk. And, well, they're going to start forcing back over towards the A side. Just leave Tabson alone at B.
3-player stack over at A. Nothing that Tabs can really do about it. His best bet is to take contact, maybe get a kill, then fall back behind the coffin smoke and wait for backup to arrive. It does mean that VP are almost guaranteed to take the site. Doesn't guarantee the round though. If Tabson can just get that one frag, that's all he needs to find, and he doesn't get it. Kicker now gains B and probably does gain the round as well.
Yeah, instant save. Even with a missed molly out towards Nubox, it can't really do much with it. Xantares not get one through the smoke. Oh, maybe if there was another kill there that could have gone into it, but the A players, they're not moving at all.
Yeah, if Xantares gets that second kill, then they start the rotations, but 41 HP for Buster, that's well within the breathing or the living limits, so, you know, out of dodge here, Xantares has got to save it. Has done damage at least to VP. The economy's still a little bit low, so even though it won't affect the economy going into the next buy, with kick-up falling, it means that VP won't go for the hunt either.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And for VP, it does seem a bit of a common trend that they do well in the IEM events. Think back to Katowice.
Yep.
They're really deep run all the way into the playoffs and in towards the final there where they faced off against Gambit. And then another playoff run all the way into the quarterfinals up against Vitality in IEM Summer. So trying to see if they can get a bit of momentum moving in these IEM events.
That's the key thing, as I mentioned before, like in some of the other tournaments that they've been playing in, like the RMRs, for example, they've not been doing too well at Star Ladder, but in EPT events like Pro League and DreamHack and IEM Summer, as you mentioned,
yeah,
top 8, top 6s, like, you know, it's not title contention, but that's still pretty deep.
Great frag coming through for Kickard, and for Tabson, just needed so much out on that B site to really allow that retake to come in. Doesn't quite happen. Tied up 3-3 now, and for Virtuspro, we're now starting to feel as if they're just getting a little bit more comfortable on T-side, starting to get their foot in.
3-0 to the board. AKs, M4s, AWP, Deagle, and P2K being a bit of an awkward money line, of course, for the CT side, but right call here not to force to invest around the weapons, so that way they can get some decent weaponry in and of their own right. Into the apartments where BP just leave one lurker in Yakindar. He might draw some attention towards the A side, but then they stacks in towards the B play, indicate where VP are really playing from.
Now to that first Orange's position, does do a little bit of tag damage onto Keto, but it's all a bit of a bait to be able to set up this AWP. He's going to go aggressive.
Flash forward, tagged up. Going on towards the broken wall, blind firing from Keto. No bullets will connect, unfortunately. A bit of a wild few taps, but it does drive VP out here, so they're going to funnel their way back into the A side. And there's two players on the way to the rotation here. If they stall for time, they've seen Yakinda, but they won't go for the XE. Big are going to have a 4-man stack.
Xantares peeking in towards brackets, though, didn't see anything, so it might be misinformation of, okay, they're going to retake Banana, and they're going to go over to B.
Well, second player has rotated back. The third man's considering it here at Speedway, and yes, they will dismantle the setup, so that's bad information. Is going to be a bit of a hindrance. Xantares tries to hold on here at the boost spot, looks back towards Pit, got to turn towards Boiler, and Stanji gets the kill involved. Alongside Kicker dealing with Tizian and Tabson, pistol out, can't do anything.
And whenever you're playing on that booster position up towards Keto, you have to be making sure you're finding that instant connection, or you've got a teammate to bail you out with a crossfire. And unfortunately, the two A players really, really struggle there between Tizian and Xantares. Tabson comes quite quickly on rotation out for Moto, but no real success being found. Sirison holding on to the AWP. VP, they now start a lead.
For the first time in Inferno. Had even standings, had a couple of return rounds and a comeback, but not able to definitively get themselves the lead at this moment. So opportunities are abound now for the T side as they look to stack up. But again, Big, this was a bit of a weird sort of quasi-buy with the save weapons with no real force-ups coming in from the pistol players. So there's money to play with here. There's probably an investment.
Oh, without doubt there is. Yeah, AWP being saved in. They're able to recover one of those AKs, give that over to Keto. Everyone else force up with it. Virtuspro get into a position where they are allowing this loss bonus to start getting quite up there for the Germans. And for even themselves, they've been farming up this money. These last few rounds that they've won, they've had 3-4 players staying alive. So they've been making sure their bank is really solid.
The rifle pull back in for VP, still working into the defaults, knowing that there's not much for Big here. They've done a little bit of utility out in this one. Full sending towards the B stack, and two players on the rotations back towards A. A bit of a window there for them to walk straight into the stack itself, but VP don't have enough info to just go for it. Rotations inbound, cabs him with the nades. Boost some damage as Buster gets the kill in. Reaves one pistol. One frag found. CSGO going to try force forward and actually does get a train in against Kicker. Nice and quick to respond.
Now, that is not an easy shot to hold at all, and that's actually going to start spiraling the T's to go a little bit quicker out to this long take.
Very fast in. Eagle on Tizian. And for Zentaris here, the two players to defend against here. How are they going to find anything? Smokes down on Moto against the pressure is involved. Shots. 2 taps from Tizian, getting nothing out of this one. They are stalling for time, though. Backup's on the way. Look at Keto on the backstep in particular. This AK can wrap in against everybody here from the VP camp, and they have absolutely no idea it's closing in. And they still deal with it. But the trades are involved for Searson and Tizian. 2 versus 1 now. Sanji has the bomb drop to the open, does catch off Tizian. Now got to look for the AWPer. Leg to 35. Where does he peek in? Left or right? Which way Searson looking towards? 30 seconds, sees his man. Looks for the spray, does not connect it in hole, and the time is ticking away. Bomb's going to get planted soon.
Oh, he's got out of library. I don't think Sanji knows about it. That was such a sick window of opportunity that he strafes out to the right-hand side. Sanji still thinks he's in library.
4 kills for Searson as well in that one. What a round from him. What a map up from him thus far. 11 frags deep, 129 ADR. Easily the top fragger in server for the CT side.
Yeah, he's been great. Really, really great. And he did it on the first map, but he's doing it again. The way that he gets out to that right-hand side, Sanji's got no idea. And VP, they've lost a lot of rounds to the buy that's not really that great.
What's that saying? He doesn't miss.
Yeah.
Applied in map 1, it's applying in map 2, and Big are making this as close as they can. 4 apiece. And Searson's not the only offer in this round. Keto's got one out for the big greens.
They're up towards this aggressive top banana control. Big have got a decent read from the start of this with 3 on B, especially with Keto playing back out to dark.
First fire from Tabson. And Buster at least nade in. Damage done on Kicker. Team will chip away at the HP numbers for him and Buster. Yakindar's also been tagged to 77, so 3 players back here for Big. The VP start backing away to set up utility.
This could actually work out quite nicely for Xantares. Flash over the top, peek back in. One of them's blind. How much can he find? Looking to follow up even further. Xantares gets away with 2. There's no more further aggression from Big.
But Searson does not need the aggression to deal with Yakindar. He gives it up to him over at brackets. 2 players left standing, smokes down towards Coffins and Cross. I don't know where both T-side players are coming in from. Keto watching here, AWP versus the AWP. But the T-side, James drops and Sanji left to clutch it with it all to do. No chance. Keto with his 2 frags. And with the 5 rounds of Big, they have the lead again.
This is looking impressive from Big. It seems that they're finding connections and damage in multiple areas of the map. Just when Xantares makes a play of over-aggressing, flash out towards Banana, we then see how Searson's able to get a pick in from that brackets position, and then Keto just playing back passive out from dark with the secondary AWP, finding impact too.
Big. Again, looking to steal this away in 2-0 fashion against Virtuspro. And right now, with the way that this early map is going, I can see it being a possibility here, Dweg. Big have not given up a single opportunity that they've taken. Force the issue back on the buyback for the T side and force the issue on the map control as well. Look at how far Tizian's going to regress here. So much information game. And if he can extend all the way around, the T's might not be aware of this.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is already round done, pretty much. You've got a hero AK and a massive backstab with the MP9.
When does he pull the trigger? Here's all the footsteps. They know that they're coming in towards Banana. 3 players stacked up here for the CT side to deal with it. SMG burst through, catches the bomb carrier, sees Kicker as well, and now they start firing with a firing squad. 2 for 2 in the trade. Tapson makes it otherwise as he lines up a few more, gets the quadra, and gets the round for Big.
Make sure those double AWPs get saved in, but it's not even the amount of kills that Backstab gets, it's just the way that you work with the info, the way that Big go, okay, they're definitely a Banana, we hear all the footsteps, we'll put our nades in, and then just get the crossfire. As soon as that MP9 takes contact, see how quickly Tabson gets in position to swing out from top Nana.
VP now with a definitive buy here. AKs and a Galil out. 2 big greens for Searson and Keto. Nades on Kicker, damaged up to 56 points of HP, and Big bolster themselves up. VP. Early taggers against their name. Not much contact taken by the CT side.
Yeah, Siriuson's not even being forced off angle in a round like this as of yet, even with the sort of lean in towards the apartments for Sanji to start the round off. The majority of players down towards the bottom of Banana. And for Big, they haven't lost an entire map so far in here in Cologne. They won that opening best of one up against Sprout, the 2-0 over OG, and now they're in the group stage.
The map win over VP as well. Can they continue the undefeated streak here in Cologne? Obviously still got to work with the VP map pick, of course, but shouldn't be too much of a tall order, I don't think, here for the CT Forces. 55 seconds left for the hit to come through for Virtuspro, and they are in the Banana control, so I imagine it's probably going to be a B hit.
That's very patient for Big. No real overextensions, and from time to time, they are making the calls where sometimes they're a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more in the face of their opposition, where this time, especially at the B side, they're so deep.
Tabson and Keith already. Smoke down. The pressure here with counter smokes involved with the T-side line, and Tabson blind finds Kiko, continues that spray, and bullets go all over the place. They don't connect any more frags, or reface back in, does not see Buster. Molotovs towards the back lines, and Buster can deal with Kito. So one of the orbs drop, but Tabson's still around here, past the Coffin's position. Yekindar is boosted up on top of it, but can't see the man here. Boost instead for the CT Forces, and Taris gets the bomb carrier to drop, but Tabson falls in turn, so it's a 3 versus 3, and Taris caught dropping off will fall. CSM responds towards it, or picked back in, not going well. Tizian tries to deny the bomb plant, he gets the kill on the player in the back, and it's a 1v1, 13 HP. 14 bullets in the magazine, got to fire Yekindar first and foremost, and the AK has the advantage, which he capitalizes on.
Decent clutch there coming through via Yekindar, and for Big, there was just a lot of pressure coming through onto getting that retake in as quickly as possible. VP, though, even seemed like in the pressure situation where time's running low, they're taking a lot of fire fades, they still held their ground pretty well.
Tactical pause for Big. Hitting some major roadblocks in their campaign. VP have not made this easy. This has not been an easy match at all. You can definitely feel it here, not just in terms of the scoreline, but also in terms of the rounds themselves. There are some seriously frustrating moments coming out from both sides.
Yeah, it's one of the matchups that you probably really want to see, honestly, knowing how competitive it is, knowing how up close and personal it can be from time to time. Definitely showing a good performance for both of these teams, and it's almost a bit of a shame that it's in the first round of the upper bracket and maybe not a little bit deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, these are two sets of teams who are very similarly ranked in terms of the world rankings. They are always competing in the same tournaments, but never actually meeting each other. So it's like two ships passing in the wind every time an IEM rolls around. Well, here at Cologne, at the first LAN, it's finally a time to test these two. VP and Big. Right now they are definitely delivering. Still down to a single round difference. Neither side with a definitive advantage. Orb in for Searson. The Big in this round, however, should lead VP to go to equalization unless the Pistols pull something off nuts again.
But it all just comes to the Pistols being able to set up around the AWPer, try and get Searson in the best position possible, then we could see a bit of an abs pop coming through for VP. You've got the bomb and 3 teammates in tow. Haven't seen this for the T side just yet.
Moving into the apartments. Slow walks over all for VP. Zentaris. Eagle in hand, smokes at the ready. Yekindar have to get ahead of the game. Drives in against Tizian. Play it in towards the back corner on top of the boost box, though. What can Zentaris do, especially without Searson support? He's going to need that AWPer soon. But he's got pressure towards Long. Deagle taps on the first man, doesn't get the second. And now Kito's coming in to support it. The backstab of Tabson will cut them in and siphon them into the A site. But that's more than what VP wanted here. They've got it to control. And Big throwing the towel.
Tabson might be able to catch off Jame really over-aggressive with the Tech 9, so it's something, but no more weapons going to get picked up than that. He's going to get a Tech 9 instead. No, back to the P250. And even for Kito, you could just see him backing off with Sirius, just making sure whatever happens, that AWP is staying in play. We are not letting that fall.
What do you think, Deg? Tech 9 or P250?
No, I like the P250. Yeah. Depends if you want to go aggressive. T side, yeah, love the P250. CT side, yeah.
Imagine you need like a run and gun escape.
Maybe.
That could work for a CT player, I'd say.
Maybe.
But for overall versatility, P250 every day, yeah. 100%. It's less expensive as well.
So. All about the $200.
Money. 6-all. Speaking of money, there's enough money to go for a buyback this time for Big. M4's in. Orb save is CSN, which is going to save some money. AK still with the Galil out for Sanji. It is still a little bit limited on money for VP.
Yeah, always the case, really. Making sure that he gets the rubbish weapon in comparison to everybody else. Harrison looking to go for a really aggressive peek. He's taking so much damage. Yeah, he doesn't get out of that one. Buster might even be able to follow up.
He almost does. Keto just barely evading the bullets, but finally escapes out of dodge. Counter nades in for the CT side, and Molotovs will try burn kicker back down to similar numbers, but at 67 HP, he gets off lightly considering what Big just lost there. 5-on-4, and VP straight into the mid control. 2 passive players on the A-side defense. They're going to be quick.
This is very fast coming through for Virtuspro, and they're just not even messing around about it.
Incendiary and smoke down for Xantares to suppress back here. Siphon off the control into the apartments. Nades on towards short. We're going to try to catch that orb for a little bit of damage, but not a massive amount here. Smokes towards position, and they're going to take a lot of vision away from the CT sides. Panic sprays, and a third player joins the fray here towards A, because B is completely uncontested. They'll leave Keto back there as the contact orb, but Big have been drawn in whole, and VP start the rotation again.
It really looked like that was just going to be a full Exy and just keep the aggression up. Instead, it just slows down again. And for Keto, it's all about the contact.
Got to get the kill, fall back into sight, preferably get to Coffins if he can. Wait for backup to get here. Good shot on kicker, and he gets towards New Box instead. What more is he going to find? Miss Molotov again. Yekindar being seen. Flick's not good. Buster deals with Tabson back at CT. Keto's tagged so heavily. So much pressure around him here. Close quarters against the bomb carrier. Gets that shot in. It will not deny the round, though. The bomb can come in safely. It's dropped there in the fountains. A bit of fiddling to get done there by the VP camp, but should see that plant and Taurus and Tizian covered off by Sandy. He gets his kill. Can't quite double up Tizian. 3K clutch for him, looks into the backlines for it. No utility, they know exactly where he is, so both players can just watch the position. Got to face him towards both of them at this stage. James going to look out the right-hand side. Sure that if Tizian goes a bit too far wide, he can get the trade involved. Yekin does seen, but James responds.
Good trade frag coming through for James, just peeking on the contact, making sure that they're not isolating any individual duels. Keto just trying the best he can, and even his teammate, unfortunately, just not staying alive, just holding that AWP, wasting the opportunity. VP, they get the lead back, and for Big, this is another situation where money just doesn't look that great again.
Lopsided with Searson on 5 grand, but that's as far as it goes when it comes to legitimate amounts of money here for Big. Molotovs in, T-side players. CT's here towards the apartment stand. You've seen at least one individual will not take a second phase. Thinks there might be a stack involved, and he'd be right to his teams though. Kinder instead can deal with Tizzy and Searson with a response. So 4v4.
Still getting hunted though. Oh,
okay.
That's a big kill.
Not again, guys. Not again, guys! Keto looking for another. He's tagged Buster in the shoulder. He's calling in the rotations now. They know the bomb is there. They know the B-site's on the control.
Oh, they've got so many advantages to work with. 4 versus 2. They've got that AK for Xantares. A lot of players coming out to City Spawn quickly.
Re-smoke down towards the cross as well. There are no kits in play. Buster watching, expecting a boost, but no one's going to give it up. That one AK for Xantares, the only weapon. The rest of them been dropped out towards the apartment's face. Incendiaries driving back. USP caught, sprayed up. Trying to try line up for Buster as Keto gets his kill and taps in. Doesn't need a rifle. USP is good enough. Another eco steal from Big.
Yeah, this is getting to a bit of a point now for VP where it's frustrating that we're losing to so many ecos across both Inferno and over to Dust 2. And for Big, it's just smiles on their faces. They're able to recover an AWP and 3 AKs.
What a set of shots, particularly from the Deagles. Xantares as well getting involved. Keto, however, that was the one that really convinced me. It's like, yeah, this is going to be their round. 7 apiece going into round 15, Blake. This has been such a back and forth affair for our first half.
It's always difficult to tell who's going to be able to get a lead going into the second, but it looks like it's going to be Big because VP have just been reset again. They've got no money to really work with.
Warper Searson looking down towards the second mid contact, Sanji. Even in tone, Searson. Get out of dodge here. Careful placement, Keto and Tabson. Awkward passive crossfire, suppressing VP with the incendiaries, disallowing any contact here in Banana.
When do these nades start coming through? Minute 10 left on the clock, and we even with the incendiaries not hearing any of these sound cues because the T's are just playing behind it.
Smoke to suppress as well. By an extra few more seconds for them. VP. Seeing anything at all here from the big side. It's just utility in the sound cues of the rifles involved. Of course, 3 AKs out for the big camp. They know that there's at least one in play from Tabson, but no info on Keto and Co. 40 seconds. Where the VP go with this? Back into Banana. They tried out a bit of a lurk, but it's going to be the B hit.
James just tried to sell him on the util out from brackets towards long, but it's going to be the connecting to B.
Footsteps being made quite loudly here by the T-side forces. Flashes over, incendiaries back. One player might get driven out of position for Keto's part. Oh, and taps the Keto with the perfect taps and the burst through is a standard. Headshots to plenty. One more player falls. All left to Jane. 1 versus 5. He gets 1 frag, but should get no ball for this. The flashbang's perfect and he gets scored off.
Now, Big looking cheerful as they take the lead 8-7 on their opposition's map. Big, a decent start for them.
Indeed it is, but it is down to the wire as we head towards that break and look towards our second half after this.
And while VP weren't able to get a lead going into the second half, Jade, they are moving into their CT side, which historically is their stronger half. Looking into the pistol, we're already seeing the CZ upgrade. A little bit of util coming out for Yakinda and Tizian over on T.
Glocks across the board here for the T side line. No upgrades in pistols. I've got the util to work for Tizian's part. Only 1 smoke, though. So if this is going to be a hit, I imagine it would be A, right? Because you can't smoke coffins and crossover on the B site. Playing out the defaults at the moment, mostly out passive on the B play, but 2 players looking up towards brackets. And yeah, this is going to be the A lean.
Well, A is so open. With this overly aggressive stack into the B site and out from the apartments, it's probably going to just be a 5-on-5 retake.
The question is, will Big read VP's positions? Because there's a chance that Sanji could catch him off here over at the boiler position. He is leaning up. Flashes over. Tiziun. Oh, sees what's going on. The B-Hop somehow catches a kill with Sanji. What? Okay. 4-on-4, the bomb will go down.
Keto's pressed really aggressive in from Library too. The cities might sleep a little bit and not realize how aggressive he's pushed.
They're not going to check this position at all. Okay. He's in with backstab potential, or we could lean in towards that long position and try to catch them off. He's missed the window, though. VP are all going to full send back into the short control. Footsteps must be heard. Now they're going to call back Keto into the central site defensives, and Taris smoked opposition, flashed out there as well. Tabson playing anti-flash Searson, able to get the kill with his assistance, and Zentaris struggling to get his kill in the back of the site. Buster and Yekindar, 2 picks, Searson overwhelmed, and now Keto, bomb's not planted for him. They know exactly where he is. They'll stick the defuse, they'll get the kill, they'll get the Eco standing here for VP.
What an unbelievable retake to come in for VP. Really slowing it down with the clock, but just making sure that those kills start coming in really quickly and just get onto that bomb. And for Keto, he's the last one left, and the bomb is just not planted for him whatsoever. There is nothing he can do from Library.
I feel like there's so much wasted potential in that round there for Keto's position, especially knowing what he could have gotten out of that. Was waiting so patiently for VP to rotate through the Library angle that ultimately gave up the perfect chance to backstab against them or to flank them out. Didn't concentrate on the side defensive itself, so bomb plant at least gained here for Big, so there are guns back in for round 17. Galil's out on 2, AK for 1. Scout and Deagle as well. It's VP's 2 M4s, 2 SMGs, or 3 SMGs I should say.
Yeah, you can't really blame Keto very much at all in that sort of situation. He's just trying to defend out from long. It's the side players in tow that needed to hold on for a little bit longer, and it allows VP to now tie up the scoreline 8-8. Another one of these quicker plays, at least with utility into the A side.
Jane with more smokes down, a suppress. Flash forward towards long control. How far is he going to get aggressive with this one? A nade, in fact, does quite a decent amount of damage against towards Zentaris and Tabson. The nades have been so chunky here in this match on both maps. Keto, however, opens up the round. Yekindar falling towards Banana.
Oh, they're going to force a mistake. Sanji thinking about overly aggressing. Got to be careful about when he gets this timing. Oh, they're even splitting through Arch.
James ready for it. UMP. Sideline for Zentaris. He doesn't check it. He goes flying as well. Tabson picks up the kill, however, and doubles up on Kicker. So overwhelming those flank players, and now it's all left to Buster. Central site defensive gets 1 frag, no further than that.
Oh, now we just go back and forth again. I thought this was only going to happen on Dust 2.
Not at all. Back and forth for Dust 2, the start of it. And now for the likes of Inferno. Sanji getting caught at the right timing, looking to try and pick up a rifle, but picked apart by Big. 9 to the board, they're back in the lead.
That was a good sneak play into CT spawn, and even for Tabson to read, once he gets that trade onto Zentaris, that there might be another swing, another peek coming towards him at Library for him to double up. And then as soon as they dink up Buster towards that Coffin's position, it's just an easy pick on the low HP man.
Big way for Big to return at this moment, obviously, with Virtuspro in terms of their statistics on this map up. The CT side is very heavily favoured for the CIS squad. So this can be their half to really run away with this if they're able to maintain themselves. And with that pistol, I thought that's the right direction it was going to go, but now Big may have bought a second opportunity here. 9-8. Plays in against the deco.
Yeah, this is such a gamble. Kinder is playing so passive on B. And for a force buy, you'd almost expect a gamble stack to come through after you've lost a disadvantage rather than it just being a 5v5 and them pretty much just risking it all on A.
Incendiary's out, flashes over. Zentaris peeking in past brackets, but can't see anything of the CT side. They are just passive behind those smokes or back in the center of the site. 4 players on the A site, and there's actually a 5th man going to go ahead and join them. So it's a gamble stack for VP, and Big could walk right into this.
Yeah, it comes down to the information gathering for this T side now. Virtuspro, it's a risky play to make a move like this, and they are going to be held just because of this util coming through, but it's going to be a rotation of B.
35 seconds, smokes down across, no one's here. VP abandoning B in its entirety and probably hold on to these upgrade pistols, I want to say. I mean, they could full send into it, but in reality, it's like, what are you really expecting here for the VP camp?
Yeah, not a lot. Just hold on to it. Take the next round almost as if it's a force buy, especially if you don't lose anyone, but still Eco, the only downside to making a decision like this is you just offer up an extra round.
Yeah. 10 back for Big. Mac 10 for CSN. Might be able to force forward and get some money together, but the other rifles don't want to commit here for the T's. Everybody else wants to maintain their positions. And they should know the VP are all here in the A site. So they'll hold back. A very rare round when nobody falls, Fleg. It's pacifist game. Never mind. Never mind.
Nice one.
I was going to say make love, not war, but, you know, just Centaurus. War was the only option for him.
Well, here's a little bit of a fun fact. Last 3 months, Tabson, on average, 83.3 ADR. Map 1, he went 129. And right now on Inferno, he's up to 104. So he's really finding some deep impact when it comes to both Map 1 and currently on Map 2 in this series.
Yeah, again, he was the big fragger for his team. Was it 28 kills he dropped in the first map, I believe?
Yes, 28 and 22.
So a lot really going for him in that respect. And again, just leading the charge in terms of, you know, leading from the front, if you will, for his team. CSN tagged up early by the pistols involved. It's only a Mac 10 that drops for him. He's going to wait for a rotation back at Tree. Catches information on Buster, who also gets to know back to the CT side. And well, in this round, they can afford to go full send into this. This time, they haven't invested anything at all. So it's an eco retake. Bomb plant will be secured.
Yeah, there's no point saving, is there? Look for those exit kills. Try and see if you could just get away with anything. But we're in a bit of a position where the T's have still got so much utility. This is just going to slow down the retake.
They've also got a lot of damage done to Big. Tabson on 33, CSN on 10. If they can find those picks against those players, and that's an opportunity for these Deagles to try and go for the retake here. They're trying to take Faze here towards construction. Molotov's down. Flash forward, player on stand, you're getting caught. Centaurus finally gets his opening kills. Tizian will follow suit, kick out with one good response back to Tizian. But, yeah, round's done. VP will not be able to get the defuse in, won't be able to get the retake. It's all about exit from here now. Centaurus still finding his triple. James just about falling to the Mac 10 there for CSN.
So he's gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a couple players end up falling, so that damage does come back to bite them.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Definitely saw the Mac 10 falling, not Centaurus as well. So VP, while those kills aren't coming through from any of the upgraded pistols, they're still coming out. And you've got to imagine for this squad, pressure is at an all-time high. Down a map in the series already, on their map pick. Deficit of 3. It does not look good for them, and they're going to be running the double orbs onto Buster and James now.
3 M4s as well. Fall buys into both sides. First gun round of the half. Molotov's in, nades up. Damage done to 3 players. Another chunky HE. Yekindar going to force forward to the Molotov. That's risky. He does get quite deep forward, though. Has he found a gap? I think he has. He's seen one man. Tags CSN in the shoulder. Nades back to the 27 points of HP. He's going to get towards the Woodstack corner. Flash forward. Keto gets his kill in. Buster there with a trade.
Yeah, just classic Yekindar, just making an aggressive move down for Banana. At least Buster bails out the trade, so 4v4, it's a decent position to be in. They can now start having a little bit more of a lean out towards the A side. Just get Buster playing on the top Banana corner. Big, though. Do they just start speeding it up out in brackets?
I think they do. Clean up Sanji Scene, the M4 connects the headshot. Centaurus to fall. Tabson also being spotted out here. Secondary frag, looking for the triple, not quite working. Tizian just trades it back on 7 points of health on a 3 versus 2. VP have a lot of advantages.
Yeah, Buster's going to get overwhelmed from 2 different positions, and his attention's even being drawn out of spawn.
Orb watching, smoked out. Draw that attention away, allow the bomb to cross back from CSN's part. Will Buster start to overextend here? CSN's being a bit careful about this, putting smokes down towards coffins just in case. Tizian needs this headshot pretty desperately, I want to say. The smoke might clear and Buster might have an angle. Tizian wins the fight. That's all important.
Oh, they're coming for Banana quickly. Tizian looking for more and kicking out the last one left. Tizian with a massive round. 4 kills to his name. Big get up to 12. And that resets the economy.
He had 7 HP. 7 HP. He has no right to get away with that quadra. But he still did. What a massive round for Big. What a massive round for Tizian. Headshots aplenty. Perfect crosshair placement. Lightning fast reactions. And Big just go big here on T side. 12-8. 4 rounds of deficit. Another half by a round coming in from Virtuspro. Upgrade pistols. Most players lacking in Kevlar and all.
That's got to be the best post plant we've seen all day. In terms of the importance of the round, the way in which it was run with so low HP of a VP, it hurts to see them losing some of these rounds when they've got the advantages to work with, and now we've got a quicker play into the B side.
Trying to go fast up for Zentaris, picks up Buster, kicks things off on the right foot. Nades back, doing minimal damage for the CT side. Yakinda back at Nubox. Burst fire from like the James, hoping to catch something to 5-7 up close here. What can Yakinda do? Sweet FA, 5v3.
And they're just hoping for any kind of exit kill, any kind of tagged up player to finish him off. And, well, they're trying to go for all these spam shots through the smoke. They haven't found a massive amount.
Just getting desperate here for Virtuspro. Don't lose much in this round, because again, it's an upgrade deco round. Just burst through from Tabson. Looking out towards Kiko's position. He knows that somebody's back there at spawn. Not like it will make much of a difference here. They should be able to find the picks, and even if they don't, not much saved here for Virtuspro. They will go hunting to pad their stats. Do lose Tizian for it, so it is going to be a little bit of a risk for Quito. Picks up Sanji, and Kika gets no more. 15 HP for Zentaris. 13 for Big, and they're on victory row in this series.
And just put some perspective on this for a moment. We know that Big had a really shocking playoff event in ESEA Premier, didn't even have the opportunity of qualifying for Pro League, then they lose to Skade recently, then they come in to IEM Cologne. Okay, fair play with the best of one, rivalry matchup against Sprout. They beat the grand finalist of IEM Summer at a 2-0, and now they're about to 2-0 the grand finalist of IEM Katowice?
How much can change in 6 months?
Yeah.
And how good Big can look when they really are hitting their formation. And we talk about the up and down nature of VP. It's a similar case for Big. Right now, they're hitting all the ups. Pick found on the T side. James can trade it back. He takes damage for it, though. So all in all, it's a 4v4. Big still out on top just.
There's hardly any utility or any kits in play. And look at this risk. VP are rotating everyone to the A side. No one is even playing on B now.
Nade's a little bit too far off. Tags Tizian at least, but doesn't get the other two players there in brackets and Boiler. One player also walking out the apartments here for Zentaris. Smoke down. Sanji and Buster repositioning, trying to find a new angle to work with. 3 players on the center of the site. Essentially the gamble stack here towards the A play, and Big don't know what they're walking into yet.
Yeah, they might find out too late. Zentara's got to try and make a play out from the apartments.
Here he goes. Flashbang in. I think they might have heard him drop. Watching out the main pit position. Mini pit sees the likes of Sanji. Couldn't quite get the shot towards him. Looks back towards the site itself. And has seen the second man. Buster also reveals his angle. As the 2 kills come in, it's a 4 versus 2. Do they go for the rat play? That might be the best play for Tabson here. And out of library, there is one player watching for James. His AWP pick ready to receive. Does not see the man. Tabson taps up, and James misses his kill, so he's falling back here. Bomb's going to recommit out towards the apartment's face. They're going to get caught scrambled here. Tabson gets another good kill with the Krieg. James now watching, found by Sirison. Sanji trades 1v1. The bomb's got to go down.
Get that bomb plan in. We know what Sirison is like in these clutch situations. Looking up to library. Where does Sanji reposition himself through? The enemy P misses the chance. Has to fall back now.
He gets out towards Apps here. Was going to go ahead and go towards long, I thought, but that bomb is planted open on shore on the default position. Sanji, no kit in play. He's got to act pretty quickly to this. Searson waits and baits and draws him in for the no-scope. 3 kills for him. Big have not conceded much here on T. 1 pistol scored by Virtuspro. Since then, nothing has been found. Nothing at all.
What a huge recovery again. I honestly... I don't know which way you look at it. Do you look at it as a negative for VP of losing so many rounds with big man advantages, or do you look at it from the German side somehow recovering these situations? And for VP, they say, oh, son it, we're not going to play for OT. We're going to buy it up, go big or go home.
We're in their home country. Big would love to have a deep tournament run. They did it in Cologne a number of years ago. Here and now, to start off against Virtuspro to defeat the finalists of IEM Katowice. That would be one scalp that would aid them. Kicker, however, has something to say about that. Gets Tabson. Quito responds towards it 4-on-4. He's tagged a little bit. Yakinda so close to position here towards long. He's behind that smoke in the midst of it. We smoke back down for Searson. Or refaces, misses his shot. It allows Yakinda to trade it back. So man advantage gained by Virtuspro, but Bigger going quick into the site for Mars here for James. Makes it 2 players left. Zentaris with a trade. SMG trying to get up close here. Can they recover it again? Yes, they can. Back to 2 versus 2. Zentaris has the bomb, however. He's aggressed back towards shore. Needs to get to site and get the plant.
Oh, just get the bomb down. Tizian, though, the angle out towards Graveyard. Can he look back over to Short? Gets the first. And now Buster's the last one left with the FAMAS to try and get the 1 versus 2. No one's really peeking. It all comes down to them hiding.
Trying to isolate Tizian, gets it. Looks for Zentaris next up at 22 points of HP. And the headshot was required. It still wasn't found. 15-8. Big 7 match points to work with. And we'll look to take VP's map pick away from them in a 2-0 fashion. What a big way to start for these guys.
They've got to go out and buy a lottery ticket. I tell you, is that another 2v4 situation they've won back? It just keeps happening. I don't know how it is, but for Big, they're winning these rounds that look like there's no chance it's going to happen.
Like, if you just insinuated that Big are getting lucky in these rounds.
Well, it's a bit of both. It does come down to luck in terms of some of the positions and the timings, but it's skill as well. It has to be.
Forced in the Virtuspro, kick hard, scored a massive play, 3K on the spray. And Tabson, Keto and Zentaris wondering why they went so quick as Kicker gets his quadra. Looks for the ace as well, but Yakinda's going to steal it. And an all-important spray down gets an all-important survival round for Virtuspro.
It keeps them kicking for a little while longer. What a hold that was out for the boiler position. And it's just what they needed in terms of confidence to have a really huge play like that. Kicker just getting away with so damn much. Everyone really struggling to trade him out.
Now 6 to get back to OT for VP. A lot of work still to be done, but they have found an all-important survival round, so there's always that for them. Big not allowed to get to the victory just yet. Work to do. Keto gets the kill on Yakinda. Kicks things off on the right foot.
Just when they know what a round tastes like, isn't it? That's when you respond back immediately with the opening man advantage. Even out towards the apartment's default, it just gets slower and slower. And for VP, do you make another one of these risks where you just gamble stack completely?
Course not made yet. Zentaris out to the boiler position, spraying through that smoke onto the long control. Kicker opting for presence with the smokes down, incendiaries up, Molotovs. Position. Kicker turning away from me, flashes. They've walked right past him to look for Sanji instead. Big kill for him. That's the only player out into the A side though. Kicker's not required yet.
A little bit desperate there. Wasn't really necessary at all, especially because there was no commit behind it. Now it's going to be a walk setup.
40 seconds. Sanji trying to shoulder bait. Sees Zentaris. Does he call in that back up? Yes, he does. Gets the kill in. Drops down. Zentaris will pick apart the player on the site. 3-on-3. He's 19 HP though. Flanking down from Keto. Adjustments right there for Kicker. Fantastic kill. Looking for Zentaris next up to make it a triple. As Searson finds Buster, who's going to rest pejoratively on Kicker, who drops that bomb. And 15 seconds for the AWP to clutch it, to try and end this one here for Big. But I think he doesn't fancy his chances. I think he's falling back to save.
It's the right decision to make. Don't throw away the 1v2. Money's not in a great position. Just hold on to the AWP. You're not going to be able to win out this round. And Kicker, he really seems like, Jay, he's starting to find something here. Over towards the A site. Multi-frag after multi-frag.
Starting to bring this back now for Virtuspro. Starting to spool up a comeback. But it's got to go all the way to OT and then some, not just to win this map, but I mean, that's the thing, it's map 2, bigger up by 1. So VP need this to survive. So much ground to make up, but at least this might be a free round. The AWP Searson is the only thing in play. It's Glocks and P250s. Not much here for Big, but Searson will still take first contact. Can't get the first kill.
And not even really getting a chance to do so. More nades going in towards this banana position. Searson just getting tagged up before he even sees a CT.
Back to way as Tizian and Keto take their aggressive positions. James leaning up. AWP at the ready. Contact sees the shoulder bait. Flashes forward, Yakinda. M4 rounds the corner. Burst through, spray down. Tizian to 9 points of health. But no more than that. He's not dead yet.
Now, VP are getting a decent read on the situation, bringing that AWP back over from Jame out to the long position, and for Big, they're just about to take brackets.
Slow rotations. Shot missed out. Incendiary back on, refacing. You're going to peek forward a bit more. No, he's going to get behind that moto smoke that the T-side have put up. Smoke down as well towards the other side of the position. Jame finds the frag, boosted up, looking down against him is Yakindo as well on Tizian. Searson comes forward on towards Kicker. 4 versus 3, making it 2. And Big falling apart. Trying their best to hold on to something here for Kicker's part, but that's the only frag they may find.
Anyone see that long smoke? It seemed like it dived down like in the floor. Only half of it actually bloomed up. It meant that out from Library, Jame had a perfect angle over the top of it. I've never seen that before.
Might have to look at that one again. I did think it looked a bit weird. I wasn't going to call it out because I wasn't 100% confident in myself. Wonder if maybe we can get a replay on that if possible. For now though, Virtuspro have 11. The CT side, again, continuing to stay alive on this. And that AWP stays in for another round for Big.
VP just round by round.
Was it?
I'm telling you, I went through the floor.
Oh my God!
Hey, everyone thinks I'm just making things up.
What? I couldn't even, what? I've not seen that happen. Do you remember there was that bomb bug on Overpass?
Yeah, similar thing. I think maybe as he like touched it or whatever it may have been, because it looked like Jame had got very close to the nade when it did pop.
Valve, please fix. I didn't even notice that at the time. I thought it looked weird, but unfortunately, it didn't happen in the main rifle round. It's just pistols out for them again. For Big in this round. They do lose the AWP at last. Tizian and Zataris, 2v4. Easy mop up for VP at this moment. AKs and orbs. James set towards the apartments. Will look down into the site, get his kill on Zataris. Tizian, not much he can do.
It seems like momentum is really starting to be found here by the CIS squad. Tizian just hoping for, honestly, anything in this situation, but it's not going to happen at all. 12 on the board, and for Big, they don't have many chances to convert here. They're going to have a good rifle round in round 28 and in round 30.
Comeback is still on. Big buy down. AKs, AWPs, standards. Utility on limited amounts here for the T-side line. Still 3 full sets, but 2 players in CSN and Tizian. Limited by a factor of 2 each. Still should be enough for the XE, still should be enough for the defaults. Going to be a bit more conservative with it, but set for the defaults in mid and second. All sorts of util thrown down by VP, trying to contest banana control.
Hey, Kinder taking a fair bit of molly damage, but it does seem these last few rounds, VP have had a little bit more intent in controlling that banana control. Nade back onto Tabson's going to at least do a little bit of return damage, but it's just a walk up by Searson with the AWP, looking up to long.
Jame holding careful. Flashed off position, will get out of dodge. So disciplined not to progress too far forward. However, Big, that's where they can win these fights. That's where they can draw in Virtuspro and finally turn that 16th to their favor. 60 seconds in this round. They are forcing players back.
Making it a little bit easier for this brackets contact into the A side. They're trying to bait it over aggressive play, but it's just not happening.
Smokes, nades, rotations, inbounds. Rounds from Yakindo. Go ahead and try join Buster here on the B site. There's a slow walk coming in for Big to try and contest it. That bomb drop towards top mid control. 30 seconds though. Again, Big are going to run the timer low.
Just the A fake to bring the bomb into B. Looks to be the right call here for the Big side. Can they scramble the CTs though?
They're out of dodge. Oh, they've baited in the rotations. Buster's going to get caught for it. 5 on 4, making it 3. Keto finds Yakindo next. The bomb will go down. Retake has got to get landed by VP. Big are 40 seconds away from the win.
I can understand the rotate coming through for Yakindo, but why does Buster leave the site as well? They all start leaving, and that's when the XE comes in.
And Kicker finds 1 pick back, but he's going to need a whole lot more. Sanji going to go ahead and join him. One T-side member as well to his right-hand side over at the church position. Flashback forward, sees Tabson, gets another good kill. Back to Tara still with Sanji. No! And doubles up to get the 16th to Big at last. A 2-0 series. That knocks VP on their ass and gets this match underway.
Scrambling VP more than my eggs in the morning. What a result from Big as they go for the B-side execution, and that's the round that gets them over the line.
Indeed it is. VP's comeback knocked back a peg as their map pick goes awry. And again, it's 2-0 for Big to move forward in the group.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Well, we had this as a 3-map series between VP and Big, but Big with the hold of a lifetime over on Inferno, taking VP's map pick and taking a 2-0 series as a result. A lot of great moments there from Virtuspro, but a similarly situation for the Big side. And how surprising is it to see this go down in 2 maps to Wake?
Very much so. And I don't even think it was the basis that VP played awful. They played poor. Yeah, there were mistakes here or there, but Big just played really, really well. They came in and surprised.
Absolutely they did. And I think that's pretty much what it capitalizes at. Like, Big has some really, really big moments. Again, we had Tabson going pretty big, but well, I think Searson took his rightful place at the top of the board this time because his AWP was so impactful during Dust 2, even though he was like 3rd highest fragger. Now at 24 kills, he was the top fragger in server, and it really showed. Again, so much impact found by this AWP, and if he hits those highs going into the rest of Cologne, I think there is a serious dark horse to contend with Searson involved.
Yeah, no, there is. I think for all the other AWPers, they're going to have to watch out because he's here to not only find a couple of multi-frags, but win clutches and win rounds that are going to win you games.
Well, talking of AWPers, moving over to the VP side, Jame is the AWPer of that particular side. didn't have a very good game in that one, in that second map. What went wrong for him, Dweg?
I think it was just a slow start overall for VP. It seemed like for them, economy was always a bit of a struggle. And I don't even want to sort of put it on him, but just individually, a lot of poor performances from what we expect from a team of this kind of a caliber.
Especially when you take a look at that second half and how it just was the first pistol round, then Big just took easy control from there on out, and it just felt like that everyone was having a bit of a lag behind, and it felt like everyone was having a bit of an awkward time overall. And I look at that and I wonder to myself that if that's going to be a bit more characteristic for VP going forward, because again, whilst they do well in EPT events, there are some moments where they hit those high highs and then just dip below the basement, essentially. So which VP do you think we saw today?
Probably towards the low end. We saw them lose 4 ecos in 2 maps.
Yeah.
And even that last round I look at as a prime example, the way in which there's like 25 seconds left on the clock, there's a little bit of nade usage out towards the A side, and then Big execute B with 17, 18 seconds left. Yeah, you can understand your Kinder running away because they're thinking, okay, it's going to be an A site exit, I'm going to get there in time. And then Buster leaves the site as well. There were just some really odd decision-making coming through from Virtuspro, and it seemed like they were just under a lot of pressure.
Indeed, a lot of pressure indeed. And when you take a look at how down they were on their own map pick, you can understand why. Big, with an absolutely stellar map up, a stellar T-side as well, that really did take away from the blow-for-blow aspect of that matchup and took away the series at 2-0 fashion, which leaves our bracket standing as follows here. We've seen our next couple of matches played out on the main and B streams, and as you can see, actually no, Complexity G2 is still ongoing according to this bracket.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, I wasn't sure if I should check it, I wasn't keeping up with the series itself. But no, Big making their way forward. We did have them to win the series, so I guess that is, at the very least, the right place to be at.
Yeah, Complexity G2 could be a bit of an interesting one. That one's going down over on the mainstream, so a couple of international teams. And there we go, G2 actually winning that series over Complexity. So now we know who's going to be sort of those 4 teams fighting for a bit of a spot into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm being told it was a 2-0 as well. So
okay, I mean, it makes sense if we were a 2-0 as well.
Yeah. No, I guess that probably would, yeah. 2-0s, I mean, it never know. It could have been like 16-0, 16-0, 16-0 in both back and forth affairs. But in terms of Big and G2 and taking a look at that matchup, just to give a bit of a preview, do you feel like Big could do a similar thing against G2 as they did to VP?
Possibly not in the same sort of way. There were some limitations to VP. They weren't playing the most stylistic style of Counter-Strike, and for Big, going up against G2, it's a very different beast. Yeah. Will we see them keep it competitive and keep it close? I hope so. Will it be the same outcome? Definitely not. Absolutely not.
And honestly, I'd say that G2 probably are title contenders in this tournament as well. Like, I think that you'd be pretty silly not to rate it as high. So Big definitely got a big challenge going into the group semi-finals, but their day has ended on a high note and in a 2-0 fashion. Still not dropping a map so far here in IEM Cologne. As we look towards the break, we'll look towards 2 teams who look to try and not drop their first series as well. Renegades are taking on the Nutters Vincere side. Navi, another title contender as well. And your boys, I guess from the plate, it's more like out of the frying pan and into the fire, if you will, as they look to try and go up against their biggest challenge here so far in Cologne. We head towards the break and bringing that series after this.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. No.
Future Pros. Back to Overpass with a frilly flash. This one will blind opponents playing in B water. To do this flash, crouch and position yourself so you're looking at this line. Throw the flash and it will bounce and pass straight through the window. With luck, you'll be received with 5 flash players all waiting for your judgment.
Smoking. Molling. Flashing.
Flashing high left.
I'm blind. I'm so blind. Pushing.
Where?
What? Dude.
It's
Nade usage.
Looks like you.
It's lasers. It's lasers.
God.
Get high ground. Blast.
Tags.
Blind, dude. You're pushing me. Oh my god. My FPS. 20 FPS.
Yeah,
It's nading me, dude. Cringe. What the fuck is that?
I'm back.
Top left, top right, top right.
Go through that, you freak.
Smoking up the ramp. I threw
So
liquid
bad.
smoke.
Pop
Stop
flashing
left.
mid. Oh my god.
Flash it
One
front.
way mid.
On the
One way
ramp, on the
mid.
ramp. Tagged on the ramp.
Oh,
Relax,
on the ramp.
relax.
Yeah.
No, push me. Right side.
No, what?
Dude, I was about to kill him and the wall killed me.
Oh shit.
Lasers.
Yeah.
Dude, you don't even know they're coming, bro.
You can see him on the floor.
He's pushing on the right. Aaron, bottom.
Top left.
Bottom, under you.
No.
Nice. Easy.
You would never do that in a match. Oh, the wall saved him.
Dude, why are you pushing me? Cringe.
And he lost?
Flashing. Oh, he lost.
Dude, that wall actually saved your life, dude. I left. I'm being double teamed, Josh.
I'm hitting him.
Right side.
Let's go.
High right.
No,
Alright.
dude.
Check this out. They're gonna.
He's
Don't
low.
worry.
He's low. One shot.
I left. Oh shit. They're double teaming me, Josh.
See you later. No!
Tag.
3 HP
Wait,
somehow,
chill.
some way.
He's gone.
3 HP or left 3 HP. Oh my god, Aaron.
Lasers, chill.
No way, Deagle up. He has Deagle out.
Get him.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's time to get into the last game of the day. It is Navi who entered the server as the real contenders here for the title. And up against them will be the Renegades, who have made it through the play-in as an upset team over OG yesterday. It was a big win for them, but now they're heading on to what is going to be the titan of Counter-Strike right now. My name is Nico, joined by Hawker, and when we're looking at this matchup, it's not really looking like the best affair here for the Renegades. They've got to really take it to the next level.
Yeah, they don't get much turnaround time either. Straight into it after qualifying yesterday. They have to come through and have a quick turnaround here against this Navi squad. It's not going to be easy, but yesterday we were saying it wasn't going to be easy for them, and they proved us wrong. So the main thing I think we want to see from Renegades is just that they can be competitive here. We don't have to expect them to go ahead and win this series. This is going to be a really hard one for them, but as long as they can put up a good fight, I think that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a bit of a positive when you come out of that game so quickly, because the hype's still going to be there. Hopefully the individual skill can transition into the next day as well, because I feel like when you're going up against Navi, right, you're going to need everybody showing up the same way they did yesterday, because there was big performances out of Vince, who was a little bit quiet on day one, and then he's showing up, taking huge performances on Inferno. Hats had some really important entry moments as well towards the end of that game. Everybody was having their moments, right? I think that's what's needed here for Renegades. I think everybody needs to play to the same level they did against OG, and maybe even a little better.
The difference might be here that I feel like OG are a team where if you can outcall them, you can have a good chance to beat them. Navi are not the same in some senses, where just their individual skill is something that's really hard to counter. You might get the right reads, you might even get the right rotations forced out from your opponents, but Renegade's mid-round calls were great yesterday. That might not be enough here, though. We have to see the players show up.
Well, we can't really talk about individual skill on the server without mentioning one man, and of course that has to be Simple. He's back in Cologne. It's been an event where he's always played well, right? He's got the win here in Cologne back in 2018 versus Big. He's played well at this tournament pretty much every time, apart from the online era a year ago now at this point. It's been such a long time, and now hopping back into things, we're finally back to LAN, and this is where Simple can really take the next step, right? This is where some of these players that have been playing well online start to drop off a little bit, but Simple somehow gets better.
I would love to see if he could repeat that sort of performance we saw from Katowice, because that event for Navi was crazy back before we had those LANs back in 2020. That was such a cool performance from Navi, because it just felt like everything went right for them. And unfortunately, their momentum on those LANs kind of got stopped slightly. So roster move has been made. They can hopefully still pick it up, though. It's still the same core of the roster. I'd love to see them come through and show us what they can do.
Well, the Renegades have had a new addition. A new coach has come into play, and we got a chance to sit down with him and hear his thoughts coming into IEM Cologne.
So Kingfisher came on board quite recently, and he's Australian as well, so he sort of just instantly meshes with our culture and our humour. So he definitely has settled in really well. But as a coach, he's learning as he goes as well. So he's really, he's actually really good because he understands the analyst side, but he's also learning how to be a better coach in terms of making everybody mesh together and trying to keep everyone happy and that sort of stuff. So I think he's sort of what we needed to fill for that sixth man.
And I think we've seen the next level of the Renegades coming through, right? Those calls yesterday obviously being made within the game itself, but that can also be prepared off the server, initially going into things, looking at the demos, getting the team in shape. And I think Renegades are looking fantastic with their new coach coming in.
And they look so composed in that game. They look more composed than OG did in a lot of those scenarios. It felt like OG were getting flustered while Renegades were actually just going ahead and feeling comfortable in a lot of those spots. So I'm sure the coach can help with that too, can help go ahead and get that confidence behind the team and just have that level head to make sure they don't get too overexcited in some of those rounds.
Yeah, and while speaking of coaches, obviously we got to see an interview from Blade recently. He just did this before the matchup today, talking about how they're feeling coming into IEM Cologne. And Navi, they did have a big opponent. Their biggest opponent on the online era was, of course, Gambit. And they just got the win in the RMR just before the online era really started to come to a close and we head into the LAN event. It's a huge one to get just at the very end, right? You take down your arch nemesis right before you get into the big event. It's such a great time for them to peak. And I think Navi have said, and particularly Blade has been saying, when you have a team right in front of you that's really lifting your level, it can be the best thing to achieve for the likes of Navi, to go to the next level. And I think it's great for them to have that in front of them.
And the biggest difference was probably Bit in that RMR event. Just the level of form he was hitting. He's really started to flourish on this team. He's really started to become a star on this squad in the recent times. So I'm definitely excited to see if Bit can keep that up heading into LAN, because he's one of those inexperienced players that we've been talking about throughout this event. We're getting into the veto. Again, it's a bit of a shame that we don't see any Ancient play from Renegades. They ban it out instantly. It is a map that Navi themselves have had some wins on, and those are both the perma bans out the way. Now we get into the picks. There's a couple of places this could go. For Renegades, it's not easy to find a pick against Navi at the best of times, and some of the strong maps for them kind of overlap with Navi, which is a little scary.
It is a little scary, and we did see them play well yesterday, but that's against the OG style. As you were saying, you can counter that if you get some good calls going. Against Navi, it's an unpredictable beast at times.
Well, I think the maps that make sense in my head would be either Nuke or Inferno. They go for that Inferno, so that is, in my mind, Renegades playing to their strengths, going ahead and hoping those mid-round calls can come through, because Inferno's probably the best map to be able to get those mid-round calls where you force rotations. The CTs can find it really hard to rotate back and forth between the sites. So if you can sell a fake well on Inferno, it's going to be better than any other map. So I don't mind the pick. This is still a very good map for Navi, though. They beat Gambit on this recently.
Yeah, they've shown that they want to go towards it as well, right? And this is a map where we get to see Bit come into his own. It was one of the first maps he was integrated into the Navi roster before really being brought in as a full-time player. So this is one of the maps he's most comfortable on. And against the Renegades, this is where Bit can start to open up. And you mentioned his individual performances. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one come in. We've got to see the Renegades from yesterday.
Now for Navi, recently they've been picking a lot of Dust 2 and Mirage, so they've been going more into the puggy maps, and they do go for that Dust 2. I think that makes sense here especially. You're going against Renegades, you think you can just go ahead and out-frag them. And for this Navi team as a whole, these looser maps seem to be working quite well for them, so I'm happy with that. I don't think Navi have that crazy tactical IGL. I'm fine with the Dust 2 pick here. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I'm confident that Navi can take that.
Yeah, I'm confident in Navi as well, right? Because you're playing in the best region at Dust 2. It's out in the CIS region. They're the best teams in the world off the map. Navi have had a lot of confidence, a lot of practice coming out of the RMR into this one. Renegades going for the Mirage Band. That's been a very good map for Navi lately, going for it in some picks most of the time here, even against those CIS teams again. So you can understand why Renegades are going to get rid of that one.
I think we probably go to Overpass as a decider, but Navi could probably go either way with it here. I think they're going to be fairly comfortable on whatever the decider ends up being. And okay, they go for the nuke. I'm fine with that too, because Simple's just so ridiculously good on that map. That is the map that Renegades themselves beat OG on yesterday. So I thought Navi might just try and test that map pool and see if they could find a different avenue against Renegades, but I wouldn't be surprised if Navi are just focusing on themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, if we do have to go to that nuke, and we're hoping that we will have to go with the 3 with this Renegades roster, we want to see them put up a good fight against Navi. That could get real exciting because you mentioned Simple's individual performance on Nuke, and I think that's something we can touch on more because we're back on LAN, we're back in Cologne. Simple is just doing unthinkable things, getting the MVPs of every event he's played at the moment. Simple's on one, and his individual form is just getting better and better, and we've seen him over in the RMR. He had 2 games in one day, and the first he was posting some of his career best performances. So we're seeing this Simple come into this tournament on top, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can continue that into the LAN environment. And if there is a team he can do it against, it's going to be the Renegades, right? There's not going to be a squad that can go up against Simple like this and really try and go pound for pound. It has to be their full team showing up to try and get rid of him.
And statistically, I think Simple is the best player in the world on Nuke. He's got a 1.42 rating on that map in the last 6 months, which is absolutely absurd, especially since Nuke is played by almost everyone now. It's hard to keep up that level of performance against all the top teams. He can have so much impact across the map, so many options for him to go for early fights. So if we get to that nuke, I'm sure that's what Navi would be relying on, but they won't want to have to get there.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to take a little break. We've got to wait a little bit longer before we see the Renegades take on Navi. We're going to go to a short break and try and iron out some tech issues, and then we'll be right back to get this matchup started.
Take it to the
of the shadows. I've come to make a name, ready for battle. Cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's in motion, the legend spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. to my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Storms in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn a flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming. I'm coming. can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. Oh, my head.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We've got all the tech issues sorted. All the players are ready to go in the server. Once again, my name is Dinko, joined by Hawker to jump into this matchup. And Navi versus the Renegades. I just seen a little meme on ESL's Twitter, dude. It's got me real excited for this one. I think it's fair to say Renegades have got a real difficult opponent coming up.
That video really sums it up. It's the definition of David versus Goliath here. But you never know. The plucky little underdogs might be able to get something done.
Yeah, hopefully won't run crying for the mummy. But we're hopping into this one, and Navi, you know, we talked about the fact that Simple is going to be the player on top, and we're going to be looking out for him. But another player we have slightly mentioned is Bit, but also Electronic. I mean, look at Electronic right now. Coming into LAN, his entries in the RMR online were incredible. If he can come into LAN and pull those off on less ping, this is going to be so difficult. Renegades have got to deal with some entry prowess, but we're heading into Inferno, and this is where the Renegades had a great showing yesterday against OG. They were tactically better than them. They were out-aiming them, but they were just superior in every department, and they've now got to do that again, this time against Navi. ESL World Ranking #2 in the world.
We're getting into it. It's going to be a tough ask for Renegades, but they're going to have to give it a good go here to start on their map pick. Electronic going for some information early. Boomich up close with the CZ has been taken out instantly. Sicko with a quick kill, and now Electronic's alone on A.
He's got cover though. We'll see how he deals with this. Peeks out, gets a headshot. Sicko quickly on the reply, and that is going to give a 4v3 to Renegades. A click of the Glocks, and now Sicko looking for another click to the head. He's found 2 already in the round. He's looking for more, and he will get it. Perfecto's gone down as well. Simple and Bit now left alone. 2v4, fantastic start to the round here for the Renegades. Does the bomb go back to B? It does, and now there's only one player over there, but when I say it's one, it's Simple and Bit over towards the other side of the map with a headshot himself, and Simple. He's staying behind the coffins. He hears the footsteps of Hats, and now he duels him. Simple comes out on the bottom of that duel. It's Hats that wins it. And now Bit comes over to the B bomb site. 3 players now to find. Bomb has not crossed and no smoke to get him out of that. Bit's now been spotted. Now the swing out forth from Banana. Bit's under pressure and the flank is what gets the kill. Renegades with a pistol win.
Really well played by Renegades. They're showing us exactly what we saw yesterday. The individuals playing up to a level we just weren't expecting. The entire team playing amazing CS. Sicko this time getting a bunch of impact with those early kills. And now Navi have to come through with the force buy. But they've got Deegs, so don't count them out.
Yeah, you can't count out any team at this event. We've seen so many ridiculous D rounds from everybody so far here at Cologne. Well, there is the team to get it done on the Deegs. Can't count out Navi. Renegades, though, they've got the Galil in play, AK-47. Some utility forcing back the Navi players early. Bits come out of position and drop back into the site. I'm interested to see how Bit will continue to play on Inferno, because I think the biggest criticism we had for him on the CT side of Inferno when he first got added to Navi was how scared he used to play towards long, right? He wouldn't really challenge, he wouldn't take those fights as much, but now that he's become a fully fledged member of the team, he's a lot more confident, and we like to see him get more involved.
It's this B site that could be an issue for Navi for me now, depending on how Boomich can play it. Sometimes he can get caught out early in some rounds on Banana. This time he's playing back though, and Perfecto has a flash in hand. So as soon as Boomich sees anyone, he can use the counter util and they can try and hold.
Oh, sees that close though, swings on by. No kill for him. Perfecto catches him with a flash slightly there, apparently. Boomich not getting anything out of it. the Renegades now have the B bomb site. They've taken over Coffins. Simple trying to land shots through the smoke and has Perfecto in front of him. I think it's fair for Navi to try and save their weapons here. I think it's fair to drop back, save the Kevlar. A lot of utility still left as well. The Renegades do very well to eliminate the one player, and it's enough to force Navi away.
It's not a bad setup from Navi. You saw the flash being fairly effective from Perfecto. It's just a position where you need Boomich to get one kill and maybe survive or commit and get a multi-kill. The Renegades are able to dodge that flash well enough to take over the B-bomb site. So a strong start for Renegades, and actually something they struggled with yesterday was some of the starts to the halves against OG. They only won one pistol and they 2-0'd OG. So a good start here against Navi is a welcome sign for Renegades.
It's also going to settle the nerves of these players, right? Okay, you've got a big win against OG, and now you're coming in against Navi. No matter how confident you are coming out of that, you're still going to have that in the back of your head. You've got this team to go up against. And so getting a good start, winning the pistol, winning the first couple of rounds, it allows you to realize, okay, we're still good to go. Renegades have a chance here. And they're looking for that 3-0 start. Navi saved their weapons. They saved those Deagles. They will have those to play with. The only player without an upgraded pistol will be Boomich, still down on the USP after losing his in the previous. So we still know these Deagles can do damage, but Renegades looking to try and keep it clean.
Simple looking for a fight down mid. They have nades ready for Banana, but it's Electronic who takes the brunt of them, down to 6 health before even seeing anyone.
Yeah, great utility coming in for Renegades early, forcing back that position, and now they've got full Banana without having to take too many risks. And I think it's incredibly important in this scenario to not take risks in those top Banana fights, because you never really know who's on the other side of it, how many players are on the other side of it. That's where those pistols can usually get those body shots off. So great work from Renegades to use that utility and not give away any early picks.
And they've also dodged all of Navi's nades. 3 nades were tossed into Banana, none of them doing any damage to the Renegades players. All grouped up on Banana. A couple of smokes being used into the site. And the players on B are just going to sit on the Navi side. Rotate is now going over to B though, and Renegades are already starting with some of these little rotations, finding the open bomb site.
I think Alexa B is going to be sitting back in his chair right now and just rubbing his hands together, right? It's not just his team that are getting caught out by these. Gamble stacks not working against the Renegades. Although, do Renegades go through the archway? I think Inns, as soon as he starts to see some action on the B-bomb site, might consider calling that over to the team, and Renegades taking their time, eventually wrap it around long, and they'll spot out the site is clear. They're going to go for the A site. No one here. Navi stacking out the B-bomb site. I think right now for Navi, it's probably worthwhile doing something about this. You know, you've got these weapons, you're going to be able to buy in the next round. Maybe try and get a few picks here. Flashing into Banana, trying to take down some of the rifles, because if you don't, that just helps the T economy get into such a strong spot. So looking for some kills. The stacks haven't paid off, and now they're just sending out some feelers. Boomich goes through first to get some information, and now the real guns are coming around the corner. Perfecto trying to boost his teammates up on top of the half wall. No one from Renegades giving anything away, and this is good from them, right? You know they don't have too much of value on the other side. And they are going to at least save some of the Kevlar here for Navi, but really good start from Renegades, limiting the casualties, not making mistakes, not giving Navi those opportunities to win these Deagle rounds.
This gives Renegades so much money and a real chance to take some risks if they want to into this first gun round. You can keep these SMGs if you want. You can try and put some pressure on. But we've also got Simple out on the AWP on the CT side, which is something Renegades will have to deal with. Simple doesn't have as free of a role here on Inferno with the AWP as he does on some of the other maps. Inferno tends to be more structured on the whole, but you can go for these banana peaks, and it looks like that's what Simple wants in this one.
Again, utility from the Renegades coming in early towards top Banana to try and stifle any of those early peaks, any of those early fights. And they'll send the MAC-10 up. Hats was a little quiet against OG at the beginning of Inferno, but towards the end, he was having some of the most impactful moments of the whole side. And look at that nade damage from Navi. It's taken down Inns and Hats to 67 and 53 HP right off the back of just a couple of nades being thrown down into Banana.
I'm already liking this B setup from Navi. Boomich sometimes can get caught on banana aggression, so in the first gun round, just sit back, make sure you don't give away that pick, and give some of your other players the chance to have impact. And Simple is still sitting on B. Renegades have taken map control elsewhere, though. They've got top mid control of their own, but they may be bringing that bomb over to Banana.
Oh, Bumich throwing down the smoke to top Banana. Hat's trying to spam on through it. Renegades love these slower rounds on the T side. They want to get as much information out of the round as they possibly can before they make a decision. And I don't think Navi are giving them too much information to play with right now. So Renegades are going to think about just committing into the site. Now there's 30 seconds left. They're going into B. Perfecto looking to hold it. Crosses out in front of the smoke. And no one's come through it for Renegades. There's only 25 seconds left. They've got to go here. And the rotations come over from Navi. They have another player over here on the B bomb site. It's going to become a nightmare. It's damage to the smoke as well. Finally, a shot comes through. It's a blistering fast shot through the dark box. And Inz's with another one. Perfecto tries to deny the plant, but through the smoke, he'll go down to Sicko. And Inferno is back again. Renegades, they get right onto the bomb site. Inz is just showing up and delivering once again. And Malta on these lurks over towards the other side of the map yesterday against OG was getting so much out of them. He's doing it again. Another player down for Navi, and it's just Electronic who's got a weapon still alive. He's cowering in the graveyard, just trying to carry that one over to the next round. I don't know how a player can make those UMP entries look so good.
Inz had an excellent performance yesterday too. On the first day, we were maybe slightly concerned because he wasn't hitting the same sorts of numbers. He was hitting over in his region. But yesterday, he was brilliant against OG.
Yeah, and we've seen Alistair on Twitter talking about how Inferno showed up, and I think that's fair to say because we had the Vinferno, now we've got Inferno. I have to say, these UMP shots, how do you do that? How do you get that headshot through dark so easily? And Renegades have gone for the first time out of the game after winning 4 rounds in a row.
This is one of the nice things about Inferno, though. If you have a couple of rounds like that where a player just overperforms and gets 2 entries when he shouldn't have, it's just so difficult for the CTs to have any response.
Boominch has got his hair done for IEM Cologne. It's looking good. It's bleached it. It's ready to go. It's a new look, new land, new year, new Boominch. I think he did have it for the RMR, actually.
We got that AWP out for Alistair. I was looking at some of the stats for the play-in. He had the joint highest AWP kills per round. He's one of those AWPers, for me, that really does rely quite heavily on getting that AWP out. So not every sniper will want to pick up the AWP on T's side, but Alistair's happy to do so. And so far, he's been really reliable for Renegades throughout that play-in stage. So let's see what he can do with it here on Inferno.
Navi again in a situation where it's just Deagles out. They have that 1 M4 Electronic was able to save in the previous. Utility being traded out blow for blow in Banana. And Navi don't have too much of it left already, right? They've used up quite a significant amount. There's 2 smokes left, one on Simple, one on Perfecto, and a flash still available on Electronic, but that's all the utility that Navi have left. And for Renegades, they know that they love to play these slower rounds, so I don't think there's going to be much resistance. As long as they get some information, Renegades should be fine in this kind of round. Oh.
Bit of damage done, but it's Alistair who opens up the proceedings.
They didn't know about Electronic, though.
Not overcommitting, though, and even mollying the position. Electronic gets caught out. Alistair with his 2nd kill in top mid. Renegades so methodical there on their top mid take.
Yeah, that's the key word. We talked about that yesterday, right? They leave no stone unturned. Not the best flash, but, you know, they can't hit them all. And Malta is going to try and get himself this headshot onto Simple. Close angle for the Deagle. Oh, and Simple spotted the shoulder first, and because of that, the body shots come in, and Boomich now finding another for Navi. 3 versus 3. Bomb being picked up, and the B bomb site is empty right now for Navi, so eventually Renegades are going to find that out. They're going to be onto the bomb site, but that's an AK and an M4 stolen away for the Navi side, and they'll be happy carrying those over.
Something else we discussed yesterday is how it's so impressive for Renegades to play this style, because as an inexperienced team coming into a LAN, you can maybe take just 10 seconds too long and all of a sudden the round is going to fall apart. The rotate comes back. You get stalled on your push. So it's so impressive to see them come into this big LAN, come into this big tournament for them and continue to play that way and look very comfortable doing so.
Yeah.
That's one of the first rounds, though, where for a second, it maybe does get a bit scary. There's 30 seconds left on the clock and they don't have the bomb. They don't have an obvious path to a site. And that is one of the things you have to think about with the way Renegades play. If they do just take 10 seconds more than they should, it could just cost them the round. So they've got to be always on point.
And the cool thing about the Renegades is, right, they have this slower playstyle on the T side, but against OG yesterday, they showed they can change it up. They showed that they can go for these faster plays if needed, and I think that's essential if you're going to go for this majority slow playstyle. We see that be a problem for Virtuspro, where they're too slow, too predictable, the CTs can save the utility, whereas if Renegades start to spice it up a little bit, that could be an issue for Navi. But we're coming into the gun round again. No AWP out for Simple yet. He found an AK in the previous round. Initially, at the very beginning of the round, Bit is taking damage.
That must have been a stab from one of his teammates. Slightly awkward for Navi, and they do need to get going here. It's been a bit of an unfortunate start for them with some of those entries. They've gone 5-0 down. We need to see someone step up, and Simple could be the man to do it. AK up close for 2 early kills.
That's huge from Simple. Double kill to open up the round, and Navi definitely need a good start here in this gun round. They need to find this win. And Simple, of course, the player to deliver it. Renegade's going to go into him again, and this time it is Malta that wins it out. Renegades have pulled that kill back, but there's still another advantage for Navi right now. Simple was able to double up at the beginning of the round, so they're always at a disadvantage right now, the Aussies. And they're going to try and change that. Alistair, you said it, he's been consistent. He's been so good for the side so far. And now in the main event, he would love to make the difference in this round. Bits in the middle of the site, Electronic and Pit, often such a strong setup to hold down this A site. Electronic looking up into the apartments, hasn't seen the head, and eventually Alistair will walk a little too far, and when you stray into the path of Electronic, you don't often come out alive.
It's so strange seeing Electronic playing without the Navi jersey on.
Yeah.
I'm really not used to it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's synonymous with it at this point in our heads. You know, you flip side for a little while, but got used to him in yellow. 20 seconds. Peek out from Boomich. Speaking of yellow, his hair also matches the jersey. And the AWP goes out of the map. Malta concedes this one, realizes it's a done deal, and with 14 seconds left is just looking to die at this point. Doesn't want to go down after the time, and Perfecto gives him some mercy.
Finally getting to see a round win for Navi. Finally getting to see some Simple action on the server. If you're a Renegades fan, though, you're not too concerned about that round loss. That's a round where they take a risk. They go for one of those faster plays, as we said they were doing against OG. But that won't be Renegades' bread and butter. That's a round where they tried to switch up. Now we'll probably see them go back to their slower play, and now we'll get to see if it can work against the full gun round.
And a lot of those quicker plays in Inferno didn't quite work out for Renegades yesterday either, right? They tried some of those quicker plays, and I think OG handled them pretty well. It's these slower rounds, like you're saying, and what a shot from Alistair. Flick headshot onto Boomich. Someone check his arm, it must be broken at this point. That flick was just so quick.
That's disgusting. There was no hesitation either. He didn't decide, maybe I can wait and line up this shot, maybe the CT won't see me. No, it was just pure killer instinct.
Yeah, pinball accuracy, right? Just right that little speck of the head. And the flick perfectly lands upon him. One of the most difficult shots you can land that. And he's made it look easy. And now the Renegades start their walk up through Banana. Still 2 players outside of A, so we'll likely see them poke and prod and try and pull a little bit of utility out of Navi, but no commitment yet.
And it's quite common on the CT side of Inferno to take a risk when you go down a man. It's already hard on the CT side on this map. When you go 4v5, it's almost impossible. So Navi have taken that risk of stacking 3B. Let's see if Renegades can figure it out.
Well, Inns was hitting some nutty entries with a UMP, but now he's got an AK. He spotted one in towards New Box, but he hasn't got the kill, and that's info. And Simple's up on the boost in CT. This is a difficult position to expect, especially with 2 players inside of the site. Oh, Simple, they haven't seen him. He goes over the top, and no kill for Simple. Somehow, no frags in. I thought with that position, even though his teammates fell down, Simple surely got them out of it. But no, now it's only Electronic, and he's even found. Renegades are hitting every single shot in the crunch time. This B-bomb site once again falls.
This is a real slow start now for Navi.
Oh, Alistair. Oh, I just want to see it again. It's just so disgusting.
That's in slow motion, by the way.
How do you do that? It's just unreal. 6-1.
We did talk about how important the AWP was for Alistair as soon as he's got it out.
Yeah.
He's been getting the kills with it. And Navi missing a lot of shots uncharacteristically. We have got that AWP out for Simple now, though, so hopefully no missed sprays in this round.
Yeah, it's had enough of rifles after that round. Get me back at the AWP. Well, it's a nice close-up of Bit's hair as well.
I can almost smell what shampoo he's been using. Is that
L'Oreal
coconut
Paris.
shampoo, maybe?
Yeah, it smells great. Head and shoulders, something like that. It's a slow one for Renegades, often the case at the start of these rounds. And Alistair trying to duel against Simple. Flashbang's going to get the AWP off the angle, and because of that, now Simple's posted up. They want to try and bait out a shot to get the information on the AWP, and they've done it now. You don't want to find out there's an AWP there by getting a kill going Navi's way. If you can get it out with a flashbang, that's much better. $200 down the drain instead of a life. And now Malta is going to try and get this kill. So good at balcony, so good in this position. And now starts to try and creep on by, and the timing's worked out. Simple's just changed up his position, and now Bit, he's under porch. Simple will try and play with him, but that smoke is up at long, and that does leave Bit a little exposed, a little alone right now.
Bit's player cam's cracking me up. He keeps just moving his head around.
Yeah.
He's just going back and forth to the monitor.
How close is he to the
I don't
monitor
know.
right now? Is he playing on, like, is this monitor on the top of the table or something? What's going on? But Bit, one kill. Malta's been able to find a reply quickly. And now Renegades, they do go. It's the A-bomb side attack. Electronic in pit. He's getting spammed through the smoke. He's looking for a frag, and he finally gets one. But it is just one. And because of that, Renegades now have the A-bomb site. Rotation needs to come over from Navi, and Simple had rotated away. He's playing from library right now, and they're just not getting opportunities. Renegades are doing such a good job at just cracking open, isolating the players alone, and the utility is keeping Navi at bay.
Simple making some noise on long, maybe trying to bait some attention in his direction, but Malta's AWP is still focused on short.
Got flashed off, got info though before he was blinded, and what a pick on towards Simple, but Boomich and Perfecto, they find a double, and it's now all on Sicko inside of the site. They're trying to figure out where he is right now, and Sicko, he's been sick so far in this tournament once again. He's gone Sicko mode with a double kill. How does he land that?
What is going on here? Renegades are hitting some unreasonable shots at the start of Inferno. That is the fastest split you're going to see all tournament.
What is that?
I'm calling it.
That's reactions. That is nothing other than reactions, because he did not even see the player on his POV. That is unreal.
They can't believe it themselves. They cannot believe it themselves.
I love it. The Renegades hyped up, but again, it is land now, Hawk. You were bringing this up. You know, online, we hardly ever see a timeout come after a play like that. But it's on land. The emotions need to be controlled. And I think the timeout's essential at this point, just to reset, cool down, stay focused. Because, yes, it's a fantastic round. Yes, it's a brilliant start, but you have to keep this up now.
And in that round, they did pick the site that only had 2 players holding it. So we are seeing signs of those Renegades reads coming back into play. Even then, the bomb took quite a while to be planted there, which is why Navi had a chance and had time to set up that retake in the first place. But right now, Renegades just playing so well individually that it doesn't matter. 7-1 lead, still a bye for Navi. A pretty standard setup at the start of this one from the CIS squad. Fighting for top mid control, but willing to concede banana.
There's 2 FAMAS in play right now on the B-bomb site. That's the only weapons they've got over on this side of the map. So if Renegades are to play in towards this B-bomb site quickly, which looks to be the case right now, I don't think they're going to do that well. They've got to play off positions, they've got to play off each other, and they've got to hit every shot on the FAMAS to make this doable for Navi. Here comes the rotation from Simple, though. It's coming at the right time, and this could really help bolster that defense.
There's no commitment here from Renegades, though. They still have Malta back in apartments. They still have Sicko, who's just thrown a smoke into top mid. Flash into banana. Here come Navi. It's Boomich going aggressive, but he's only good for 1.
Yeah, it does get info, though. Spots out quite a few players over here for Renegades, and when things go sour in the last 30 seconds, they're going to go back towards this A-bomb site. This time, Bit and Electronic playing both from the site. Malta often in this position. He knows there's one player on default, but he hasn't fully cleared pit. He's still worried about that. So his teammates have arrived, and there's only 17 seconds left. Navi with a good setup, Electronic and Bit inside of the site, and they're looking for kills, and Electronic's delivered them. 2 kills for him, and now a 3rd as well. That's the round done. Finally, Electronic down. Second shot from Alistair. There's not enough time for the plant, though. He's going to have to come off it, hope for the fights, and Navi don't give him them. Nice shots, but in the end, inconsequential. Navi, great timing, just delaying an Electronic. What can you do about that? Just a huge spray down, getting 3 players, peeking out into the apartments, and a shutdown comes through from Electronic.
Really solid hold. Just the lineup on the first 2 players makes a massive difference. And it wasn't a bad play from Malta there to exert that pressure from the apartments, get behind that smoke. He starts to clear out short. He starts to help his teammates close the distance onto the site. Problem seemed to be the utility not able to get them some favorable fights as they took the site. They throw a molly back, and now Simple's landing some nice shots.
I like that they're trying to do this, right? Something gimmicky, but Alistair's come back and found the kill on the bit, and now look at this position. Alistair's not stopping. Confidence, just running up long, taking all the control. This is a change up for Renegades. They've got the site right now. Only 1 player in there, and it's Electronic. So good in the previous round. But now alone inside of the site. Smoke goes down, a kill on the Alistair. Rotations have come over as well. And that Molotov, or should I say smoke, is keeping him alive for the time being, but right through the smoke, Sicko's hit a headshot. Simple's come through library. He's had enough of reading. He now wants to try and get himself a couple of kills. He's been damaged up though in the process. He's down to 21. Bomb plant starts to come in for Renegades. Re-smoke out to Moto. Things are getting difficult, and now Boomich has to be the playmaker. Coming out of the apartments, Malta's playing from Graveyard. This is such a strong position that you're going to have to try and deal with. Luckily, that smoke actually negates that problem, and that allows Boomich to start peeking out in towards the site. But into the site, you've got Inge who've got to fight, and he comes out on top of another duel. It's a save call for Navi, having to back away.
And you can see the freedom that these Renegades players have in some of these rounds. It is fairly loose at the start of these rounds. They're willing to go ahead and take their time, and they're willing to go ahead and let players make plays. And Alistair, just playing with pure confidence there, pushes all the way up into long after getting that initial kill. Clearly had a good read on the situation. And even though he goes down, he gets his team into a great position to just run down the site. And if you'd have told me before the game that it was Renegades who were going to have more highlight plays and more moments that their individuals won, I wouldn't have believed you. Because in the pregame, I said I thought the difference would be that Navi would have more of those big plays, more of those big moments.
Well, I maybe wouldn't have believed you yesterday, but after the performance from the Renegades yesterday, we know they're capable of doing this, right? We've seen these moments out of them, but it's a whole different beast making that consistent and doing it again. They come into today up against the Behemoth, and they're doing so well. Individually, tactically, yet again. It's what's needed. And Hats is taking a lot of damage at the start of this round. Once again, Navi are on the lower tier buy. They have got the 2 save weapons of Perfecto and Simple's AWP, but for the most part, it is lower tier weapons to Perfecto. One of the only premium weapons in play, and he's been tied down to 26 early. They're not done. They want the fight. And no kills have gone Renegade's way. So close, but yet no cigar.
With that damage done, Navi have to call for backup on B. Renegades are aware of that, though. They themselves will go back towards A. But Navi are sending Electronic aggressively. The body shot successful. That's another gun recovered.
And because of that, Simple has not been spotted. They don't know where he is right now. He's still available in the round, and they have no information as to where he could be. Bit's peeking out towards long, but he's smoked off and now has to drop back into library. Electronic and Simple locking down the fort on the A bomb site. Renegades with 30 seconds left are going to wrap through long. This is where the setup from Electronic and Simple could work out, and Electronic hits the first, in with another one. 3K from Electronic and Simple with the last.
Just getting that AK early in the round makes such a difference for Electronic, who has been so good as that anchor on the A-bomb site throughout this game so far. He's been a big reason as to why they've got any rounds on the board. And there were those body shots initially set up for the lineup on those second players. Simple just sitting behind him, lands an easy shot to close it. And now you just wonder whether that's the turning point. Navi having some individual moments and Renegades running out of cash.
Yeah, a bit of an issue right now, seems to be. So we're going to reset this round. And it does give us more time to talk about that previous. I feel like the biggest adaptation there for Navi was getting the setup with Electronic and Simple into apartments, because that setup pulls away Malta's impact in the round. And the most impactful part of the A setups for me, for Renegades, has been Malta consistently getting apartments control and being able to be a nuisance out of the balcony, because it distracts away from those focused positions where you're getting that long wrap coming in. It pulls the attention away from them. But if Malta goes down in the apartments, if Navi sees that control, that takes away one prong of the approach, and then suddenly you've got 4 players trying to funnel through a long smoke in the last 30 seconds, and you've got all your forces combined just looking at that one area. So great adaptation, good idea there for Navi, and it works out perfectly.
Exactly. The round becomes so much more easy to predict at that point, because Renegades put those smokes up towards long, but you kind of know that there's a chance they are just going to all funnel in from long after they throw their own smokes into those positions. So, well played by Navi. We are back into the action. We only have a couple of digs for Renegades to work with here, so it should be Navi's chance to finally get something going here on Inferno.
Yeah, they're looking to save as much money as possible here for the Renegades. And Navi might just get some leg room to try and grow on this CT side, because you can't deny it has been a very poor start from them. Simple on 5 kills. It's going to try and up that in this round. Peeking down in towards bottom banana. He's found his first of the round. Hats is down. Malta has apartments control for the time being, but Molotov back. And the Glock of Alistair trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but Navi using the utility well, making it real difficult for any opportunities to spawn for the Renegades. Just keeping the range, keeping the distance, and using that utility to chunk them down, keep them out. Now with 50 seconds left, Renegades, the best they can hope for is a couple of kills, I think, here. I don't know if they're even going to get that with the way Navi are playing this round.
Navi also have players peeking into Banana, so they know it's likely an A play, and yet they're not able to deal with that shot from Malta. Bit stuck on the site. Molly goes down to give himself a bit of breathing room. They're still pushing him though. Inns runs him down on the site.
3v3, bomb plant is coming in here for Renegades. Suddenly a couple of shots and a chance now for the round win as well. They're sitting back in the post plant. The AK needed more. Now the kills start to come in for Simple and Perfecto. He finds the double up. The round will go in Navi's way. But a bomb plant and 2 kills out of an investment of 2 deagles, that's a lot out of the round for Renegades.
Pretty solid for them. Getting that early kill onto Electronic makes a massive difference too, because on this A site, he was getting multi-kills in almost every round he'd been tested up until this point. So getting that first kill puts the pressure on Bit, who hasn't been having a great game here on Inferno. Only 2 kills to his name. Hopefully he can step up, because he's been so important for Navi's recent success. He was such a big part of their RMR win. Played lights out in the final up against Gambit. Now we'll get to see if he can do it here at Cologne. Round 13 at the ready. We've got the buyback for Renegades, and with that bomb plant, they've got everything they could want into this one.
Simple. He's looking for this opening pick into middle. Playing from top mid, in fact, to try and get it, but no one peeking, no one given an opportunity, and Simple's now forced away. Forced to change up his position. He's going to go all the way around to CT spawn. He's going over to B, because he feels the utility from Renegades signaling a B attack, and currently with 4 players up here, once again, the standard setup for the Renegades. They go on through the smoke this time. Hats has gone down, and Perfecto's got the first kill. Utility starts to come through. Simple dives to the CT smoke, to no avail though, and so Boomich steps up with his rifle. And for Renegades, they've decided it's probably best they back away. They haven't got anything out of this round. They haven't got a kill, and now Malta, his turn. He's got to make it work, but there's still 2 players over on the A bomb site. Because the rotation was so strong, because of the hold, now there's a big issue, and Malta needs a kill, and he swings out into the site. He's found Bit. Still in the balcony smoke, though. It's Electronic, and they're going to have to try and figure that out. They've got to figure it out sooner or later as well, because they've not really got too much time to take everybody down. Simple's taking a shot onto Malta. Alistair's found the reply, but again, it is still that man advantage for Navi with 30 seconds left. The B-bomb site's empty, but Renegades have got to go. They've got to make a move quickly, and they're hanging around this A-bomb site. Electronic still in the apartments. Everybody rotated over. It's hard to see how Navi lose this. as long as they hold their positions. But Inns, given an opportunity, Electronic goes down, but Simple, they've still got to deal with him. He's holding the cross at Library. It's got to be a peek here from Alistair. He's got to get a kill. Oh, he's going to find Boomich on the fallback, and now the bomb plant can come through. And then suddenly it's Simple, left alone, trying to get the clutch out. Renegades have somehow pulled these kills back, and it's all onto Simple. He switched out to the Deagle, repositioned from Alistair up into balcony. This is a difficult setup to deal with, but luckily Simple's got one. Couldn't quite get the second. Inns brings him down, and Renegades somehow pull a miracle round out of the hat.
It's so hard to play this style of CS. It's so impressive that Renegades keep managing to do it. They wait until there's such little time left on the clock that Navi wants some information. They get a little bit paranoid that it could be that B play, so Electronic goes peeking into the apartments. If it was clear, he could call for them to start going B, but instead, he just gives a 1v1 fight to Inns, who hits a great shot early. Then they're able to get onto the site. It's so stressful in those scenarios. A lot of underdog teams struggle heavily in those scenarios. But Renegades playing with pure confidence right now. Another really hard round to win. And another one that goes their way.
Yeah, I think Electronic was a little starved for information. He wanted to go for that peek down the hallway. Swings out, and that's enough. That just is the starting kill that opens it all up again for the Renegades. And really good patience there. And discipline from Alistair not to peek in towards Library. If he did, likely to lose the duel to Simple, but instead holds out the boiler, doesn't overextend because he knows the bomb plant's got through. He knows the bomb can get down, and really good discipline and well-worked round there for Renegades. For Navi, they're going to have to try and figure out how do they get the last 2 rounds in this half, because that is really what they need right now. Got a little bit of a tech issue, so hopefully we can get it resolved. I think it's obviously very difficult when you're on LAN at this point with the environment that we're currently in. You can't exactly have the same access to players as you usually would, so it's somewhat difficult to get things sorted. But we have got them sorted very quickly, the wonderful people over at ESL. The tech issues have been resolved. We're right back into the action. We'll buy out for Navi, but they've got to win this one, Hawker. Otherwise, this could be an 11-4 half for Renegades.
Renegades clearly come into this one ready for war. And they've been given a battle, but one that they're coming out on top of so far in Inferno. Nades exchanged. Navi have been doing an okay job at holding their utility. Double nade to top Banana. Boomich takes some damage, but puts the smoke down and gets back to safety. Good bit of utility. Baited out of the Navi players early. It's another one of these rounds where Simple will preemptively rotate over to B, hoping they have the right read on the situation. And it looks like the right read right now. But we know that Renegades love to take their time.
They bleed the clock out slowly. And Simple waiting for his prey, patiently lying for his victims to come on through, and he's found one. Quick reply though from Hats. Again, it's Boomich that has hit the deck, and that does open up the chance here for Renegades. Instead, Derek keeping them back for the meantime, and that does allow for the reposition of Simple, and he knows a risk is needed. He dives through the smoke, but it's Alistair on the headshot. And that has opened up the B attack once again here for the Renegades. They go on through, but Perfecto gets the lineup. Clothesline, Sicko and Hats. And Alistair making a difference again. Another grit shot from him. He's got Malta to back him up, his bodyguard, peering over the top of the smokes. And now they double up in towards Nubox. This is interesting. How did they decide to play this one out? The rifle going through, and the Molotov's going to flush him into the open. But Alistair away with another kill, and Malta's got to cover, and he's found the kill on Electronic. They couldn't figure out where the second player was. They thought Nubox would have been cleared. They wouldn't have expected the Dark player to be there. And Electronic thinks it's Banana, but Malta swings out for the rifle pick.
Navi had a lot of utility there. I thought that was going to make the difference. The molly initially flushes them out of Nubox. They had a smoke. They didn't put that into Banana, though, and that may have been what was missing in that position. Simple forcing the issue through that smoke. You can see why he makes the play, but in a 4v4 there, they did have utility. They could have played for retake if they wanted to. It ended up working out okay, though, because Perfecto got flashed in for some great kills, but Renegade still able to come out on top of the topsy-turvy round, and here comes the apartment play. Malta able to deny Simple early.
Yeah, that's a big kill to find from Malta. You know, when you take it over the apartments, he's often been so good here And Navi are going to go back to taking that apartment's control. Luckily, Electronic is taking the reply, but elsewhere, again, Alistair finding success. And Boomic's excursion down Banana has not really worked out for him. The Mac-10's found his head. And now Perfecto and Electronic, they can't really hope for much, but Electronic's AK given a chance against the Mac-10. They do know where that rifle is now, though, and Perfecto's nipping at the heels coming out of Archway. Utility's going to go over the top, smokes down into long. Electronic now going forward, but they've got no kit here for the retake.
They've taken too long.
They've taken far too long for the retake attempt, and those kits, or lack of, are really going to bite them. Even if they get the kills here, they can't win the round, and it's done. Renegade's going to be walking away with 11-4 half. Yeah, the boys coming back for the second half after the break.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't want to change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky, alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't. Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Renegades lead the way 11-4 coming up against Navi. This should have been a far more difficult game for the Renegades, but they're looking real comfortable, and every individual has had their moments. Maybe Bar Hats, but he hasn't really had to do a whole lot. Great stuff for the Renegades, but can it continue into the second half? We're about to find out.
This has been a near-perfect performance from Renegades so far, and this pistol round would really put them in full control of this first map. They won the pistol on their T side. Can they do it on CT? Navi seeing if they can move into A, and the fights look like they're going to come through any second.
Oh, good setup here from Malta and Alistair. It should have dished out a little more than it did. It didn't get anything. Electronic has found the opening for Navi, and now they put pressure onto the A-bomb side, putting a lot of pressure onto it, and Alistair crumbles underneath it. Renegades held off 3v5 for Navi. Great start to the second half, but can they close it without too much of a nightmare. He's found a headshot. Hats has gone down to Simple. And Simple is looking for more of the P250. He will do that as well. A second kill comes in for him. And Sicko hiding in cubby. Simple's hunted him down. 3 kills in the pistol for him. And Navi find 5.
Navi not playing around here to start their T side. Simple and Electronic both showing up. P250 into the hands of Simple. Shows us exactly why you give that to him in those pistol rounds. And now the game really begins for Renegades to see if they can close this one out. If Navi can continue to have Simple and Electronic play like that, it won't be easy. That Molly's just been thrown at spawn.
Yeah.
Which is a bit weird.
And Navi have been fluffing their lines a little bit out of spawn, right? They've knifed their own teammates, and now they've lost the opening kill. It's not quite come together for Navi so far. It's not really looking so hot for them. A few misfires here and there, but that is not a misfire from Simple. If you can trust one player to do that, certainly would be him. He's found a quick kill. And it's drawn it back, so Alistair stuck around a little too long, and for that, he is punished.
You just get the feeling that Simple is not going to let this be an easy game for Renegades. As soon as we've come into the second half, he started to show up with some crazy kills. He's been freed up now on this T side. Could still be a close round, though, with the Deegs in play for Renegades. 4v4 to play from. They do have one more smoke in the hands of Hats. Could help delay this B play.
Navi are not going towards B, though. They're going to go back up to the apartments in Malta. He's waiting for them with a deagle over here. Navi about to put some pressure up into middle. Malta's deagle really needs to deliver something, and into the apartments, but is winning. Mac 10 versus deagle, and Malta comes out on top. Looking for some more here as well, but finally taken down by Boomich. Another play in towards the A side begins to come through. Sicko's got over here with a deagle, though. He's got a decent position to try and deal with this. He can delay, he can find body shots, headshots come through, and not enough. Just one, and that is going to allow Navi to get that bomb planted inside of the site. Simple, sits back in the corner, Boomich up on top of the box. No kit, no utility for the retake, and with the crossfire inside of the site itself, it does look unlikely Renegades would find their way back in. They've got to find these 1v1 fights, and they've got to hit some lightning-fast headshots. Simple's angle's difficult to flush out, especially with a cover now, but they have found Boomich. They turned it into 1v2. Simple at the back of the site. They've got that info. They're turning it into 1v1s, and they've done it! Renegades on deagles. They found the AK. They get the defuse, and Renegades, what a round.
And Simple did basically everything he could at the end there. Renegades just played it so well that they never gave him the chance for the 2 separate fights. Really smart play to just jiggle peek that angle and force an extended spray from Simple. There was never that clear line of sight to get that clean headshot that he would have needed. Into there with a great shot of his own, and then comes up above so that he can just double team Simple at the end. I thought Simple was going to start rolling, but nothing he can do about that. Brilliant coordination from Renegades. And I thought this second half would be the when we see Navi show up and make this a real test. Renegades had other ideas. They're playing so well right now.
That's another continuation from yesterday, right? They're playing just at that level right now. For Navi, though, they've gone for an investment. 2 AKs in play, Simple and Electronic. The 2 stars of the show. Won't be enough for them. I think Renegades have been playing so well across the board. It's hard to find too much of a weak link on the board right now. The system is working flawlessly. The individuals as well. And Navi just going to play a slower start to the round. No peaks early from Renegades either to give them those fights. And so they start their walk up through Banana. Simple starts to clear the half wall. Hats is just shoulder peeking for the information. Then we'll throw some utility down. Oh, Simple's got the timing there on the cross, but I think he just about spotted him. Has the smoke ready, and it goes down. That'll delay further. As we now go under a minute, it's Electronic trying to make a play up through top mid. Alistair spots him, gets back in the archway, and a really solid headshot onto Electronic. That's one of the AKs down, and now it's only Simple with the premium rifle, and they're going to the B side.
And if Alistair lost that fight, it could have opened up so much of the map. But now the B players can stand strong. Molly in place. Easy spray down for Ince onto 2 players. The flash not quite effective enough to take him out of that position. And now Simple and Bit have to do it all. Simple gets the first kill, but takes significant damage in the process, and Renegades are so quick on the trades.
Look at all these responses from Renegades. They're just lightning fast, right? You have this swing out. Simple gets one in towards the backside. They don't give him any time to breathe, no time to relocate his crosshair, to figure out what's going on. It's the immediate double swing through the CT smoke, and these plays are just so decisive from Renegades. You can see they're confident in their decision-making because it's working. And it's very easy to keep doing something that's working. For Navi, though, it's not working at all. Something just hasn't worked out. Simple's gone for a deagle and armor, and the helmet here as well. The rest of the team are taking an eco.
4 of the Renegades round wins have come from 1vx situations. None of them from Navi. Really impressive that Renegades have been so good and so composed in those sorts of positions. The other upside is Renegades have largely just outplayed Navi here. It's not like they've had a crazy performance from one player or crazy amount of opening duels won. It's been in those mid-round scenarios again that they've done great work. Inns takes some early damage in this one. Simple, seeing if he can sneak up, but Sicko's ready for it. The pistols getting handily removed here.
Yeah, Malta's just got the perfect timing as well to get in behind him. And there's one for him. Now just Perfecto, and he's found for Hats as well. 14-5. Renegades are 2 rounds away from taking what would be an absolutely unbelievable scoreline here on Inferno against Navi. Number 2 team in the world are just getting destroyed by the Renegades right now.
I'm just speechless.
That's hard to do, make you speechless.
Whoa. Hey now.
You're a rock star. Or all-star. Let's go. There's going to be a buy for Navi, though, and it's not a great buy. They've got AKs out for Electronic and Boomich. Deagles for Simple. Mac 10 out here for Bit. If they lose this round, it's probably done on Inferno. Very important round here for Navi. And they're going second middle. No banana control at all. They want to go heavy in towards A. Malta just going for some spam with the USP. Sicko getting boosted up. Interesting setup in towards the A site. I wonder if this is going to shut down Navi's attack. They're coming through the apartments. Malta's going to throw a smoke. Ooh, he has to be careful he doesn't get caught in transition of utility. Get your gun out. Malta holds on, drops down into Pit and doesn't come away with a kill. Bit is able to open it up for Navi. Inns has traded out, and Electronic finds Alistair. Sicko comes down off his boosted position. He's got a kill out of it. Inns is doing a good job of keeping him off the site right now. Finally, he's dealt with. Boomich has come in with some important kills, and it's all onto Hats. He has been the quietest player right now for Renegades, but this needs to be the best round for him. 1 versus 2 with the AK-47. Starts to get back into the site. Boomich getting the bomb planted at the back of the site itself, and Hats is creeping closer, spots out 1. Still worried about that pit position, and for great reason, turns it into the 1v1, but couldn't find enough damage onto Boomich, who just about stays alive on 12 HP. And he is the player that gets them that 3K and gets Navi a much-needed round win.
Much-needed round for Navi, and one where Renegades will be slightly frustrated. They get caught with poor timing. Boomich there with a great transfer of that spray. That timing from Malta was unfortunate, and then Alistair with the AK really needed to get that kill. I said earlier, he's been getting a lot of his frags with the AWP. Unfortunately, the AK spray is a kill he just had to get. Couldn't take it, though, and so Navi hold on, but Alistair almost gets the chance for a fight down mid. Navi smart to avoid it. You don't want to be peeking into that AWP with the AK.
Oh, Perfecto. He's going to be the front man in the charge. Flash has actually blinded him as he goes around the corner, but luckily no one was there. Again, Hats doing the shoulder peek, ready to throw some utility down. Here comes Navi, quick in towards the B-bomb site. Inns has found the first kill, and he's dropped back as well. No CT smoke. They're trying to fight out CT, and because of that, they're just losing their lives. Hats with a double kill, bomb down, and now a smoke into CT finally comes, but too little, too late. They've already lost 2 players from it, and now Bit is alone. Bit in a 1 versus 5, and he's yet to post more than 3 kills. This is going to look real difficult for Bit. He's looking for all these angles, doesn't know where they could be, but finally gets one into Inns, drops down into the side of the site, and actually got a timing on the smoke there. He's found another one. Bit coming alive in the clutch here. He's going to go for the fake tap onto the bomb to try and pull another into his crosshair. I think at this point, Renegades are starting to sweat a little bit. Bit with another one. This could be an incredible clutch for Bit. Quiet all game, but then explosive in such an important round. Once again, taps the bomb to pull Renegades. He's got the 1v1 fights here. He's got them pinned, one at Banana, one Ruins, but Bit has tapped the bomb again. Another headshot, it just about misses out. Hats with a 4K. Bit, that is just an NT right there. Such a nice try to pull off the 1v5 clutch. There's not much more you could ask of him.
So close from Bit. They gave him a couple of fights to begin with, but once they start to tighten it up, you think he's going to have trouble finding further fights, and he still finds a way. This was the start of the round, though. No CT smoke. Hats lines them up, even gets one through the smoke, and then closed it out with the quad kill. And what a game this has been from Renegades. You've got to remember, this is the map that Navi finally beat Gambit on to finally get that win at the RMR, prove that they could be the #1 team in the world, prove that they could beat the #1 team in the world, and yet now they come in against Renegades on that same map that they beat Gambit on, and they've only got 6 rounds so far. This is an incredible performance from Renegades, and it really sets us up for the most exciting series possible, and timeout taken by Navi for the first time. That is crazy.
That is wild that it's come to this point, finally letting Blade have a little talk, try and get into the team's heads right now and figure out what is going on. What can we pull out of this?
He did say coming into this tournament, he thought that the RMR result was good because he was not able to talk to the players, but I think he's taken it a bit too far with this one. Not taking that time out.
I'm just going to take my paycheck and you guys go ahead and play on the server. I'll see you.
Maybe he fell asleep for a bit and woke up and was like, 15-6? What the hell? What's happened, guys?
Yeah, I think he's needed right now. I think you can see around Navi, they're really starting to just rely on Simple. They're really trying to get the AK out on him. A lot of these investments, a lot of these economic decisions have been around getting Simple a gun. You know, even in the Deagle rounds, everybody else is saving around 2K and they're buying Simple's going for Kevlar, Deagle, and leaving themselves with $600. They're really trying to make some magic happen. And Hats, he's peeking into second middle. Alistair's going to find the kill. Call for the fights here from the Renegades. They're going to get away. Hats just about, but finally through the smoke and the wall. It's Simple with a headshot, but look at Alistair. Look how much control he's got right now, Hawker. Bit has to be aware of this, and I don't think you're going to be aware of angles like that. Alistair coming in with a headshot, and a man advantage picked up for the Renegades yet again.
Renegades on the verge of an incredible start to this series. 3 kills away from a 16-6 win on their map pick. Alistair's continued to stay in this aggressive spot.
Oh.
One man close by, but it's Simple you have to deal with. And he's not an easy man to go up against right now. Instant headshot delivered, and now Renegades have that lack of information. They don't have much info on either side of the map. That'll make it very hard to read this.
Still got time here, Navi, to figure out what they want to do. Currently with the lean towards A, Perfecta's going to try and sell out some utility. Because of that information they don't have, you've got to make rotations like this. And that does open up the opportunity. Sicko unable to get the first kill, and because of that, Simple swings on out. Headshot in, and now suddenly a man advantage for Navi. Perfecta's still over here on the B bomb side. They know they've got a 1 player over on that A side because he hears the footsteps of the player still on B. Simple. 3 can the round, another one for him. 4 kills picked up, and that's why you give the AK-47 to Simple. He can pull off these kind of rounds. Sends his teammates in, gets the information off of them, and engineers a round win out of it. Navi given 7.
You could just feel at the start of this second half that Simple had taken that halftime break to realize, I just have to take the reins here. I just have to take over this game to give us a chance to come back into it. He started to do that, but it may have come too late considering the scoreline. Either way, getting a couple more round wins on the board would be nice for them, and getting that Renegades economy down to a 4 position, it's also a nice spot to be in.
Now, here was that first kill. Wow. Just good sprite control into the apartments. Hats was trying to get away, and Alistair a little unlucky on the timing to walk forward, and good bait out of his teammate running forward, baiting out the crosshair, and Simple's able to swing onto the site. Sicko just to expose himself a little too much. 15-7, Renegades, again, down to a lower buy. They've won one of these already in the second half. This is a round Navi cannot afford to lose. They can't afford to lose any rounds now on Inferno. And they're going for the quick play over the top of the car. It's Boomich in control of top Banana, now looking down at the CT for his early fight. Alistair's loving some of this apartment's aggression. Did work out for him in the previous, in particular, onto bit. On Simple, he's not stopping. Another headshot picked out for him, this time onto Ins. And it's an opening kill into round 23. Oh, wow. Oh, not again, Bit. Got a feel for it. Nice kill. There we go, Alistair. He's got an 8. Oh, Galil out of it, but no kill from it. Electronics been able to take him out of play. A 4v3 and Renegades. A little bit of spice in there if Alistair was able to get another kill out of it, but Deagle here for CSGO gets one. Couldn't quite get the double up onto Boomich. I think Navi start to turn their attentions into the B side of the map now. Simple over here with the AK-47. Hat's the only player here with a Tech 9. Good luck holding this. It's going to be real difficult. Utility starts to commit as well. Smoke down, peeks out. Now they know the Tech 9 is down in towards CT spawn. They bombard him with utility. Flash is going in as well. And now they take the site. Get that bomb planted and play for the post plant as well because they have got that banana control.
Bomb has been planted. I thought Renegades might throw some salt into the stab wound that they just inflicted there at the end. Winning this round would have been a real tough pill to swallow for Navi, but not the pistol win the round this time. Navi go ahead and hold on for another one. Just touching on Simple, something that I find so impressive about him, as we see him get another kill, is that he has the highest entry round percentage on Navi, while also having the second highest clutch round percentage on Navi. And even that clutch round stat is very, very close behind Perfecto, who wins slightly more clutches than Simple. And that's with Perfecto oftentimes being that player who's set up to win those sorts of clutch scenarios. There's the knife from Alistair. Get that in the highlight reel. Make sure you win the map, though. You don't really want to include the knife in your highlight reel if you don't win it. So 15-8. AK in the hands of Malta, but the rest of the Renegades players will not have that same luxury. They want to go ahead and save for a gun round into the next. The loss bonus is only at $2,400, so they may be missing some nades or some kits into the next round, but at least Alistair will have the money for the AWP. That is, of course, assuming they don't win this round, which is always possible, however unlikely it may be.
Oh, Alistair now trying to fight down in towards mid. He's going to come back into the site. Gets more comfortable with all the cover and his teammates there as well. Navi are going towards Malta. And this is the only AK. Let's see if Malta can do anything with it. Navi have utility, should be using that up to clear out his position, and they've done that, and oh, the tick damage to sound cute. Malta not getting anything out of it, but does get on over to the site itself, and with 55 seconds left, Navi are still going towards the same bomb site. Malta, quick headshot, that's Simple down. Now Malta's looking for a little bit more here as Navi look to pressure in towards short. There's still Deagles, there's a pistol here as well in the form of a USP of Sicko. Peeks out, Electronic on a headshot. Alistair's down and out of play. They know Sicko's inside a pit. They've got to deal with him, and he's just buying time. Distracting for his teammate to peek out, and Malta's found another one on the AK. He's looking for a little bit more here, but finally is smoked up into Moto. That should be enough. Perfecto peeks out with the AK. Hats has found one in the Deagle, and suddenly a 2v2. Both Renegades players have AK-47s. And the smoke down at Moto. And it's smoke deeper now for Renegades. They're looking for an aggressive play from Navi, but it's not coming in. They're going to use the crossfire of the site and pit to try and hold out in the post plant, and nothing is given being away. And that's going to have to be the save for Renegades. They need an opportunity to be given away there by Navi to win the retake, and I think they realize we'll just be happy with the AKs. We'll save those into the next one. Navi given a 9th round, but really nice shots there from Renegades.
Really nice shots and really not a bad outcome for them. Saving 2 AKs, which are always good to have on that CT side for that fast kill with the headshot, but also just making sure they have those AKs dropped over to the players that had less money. Now they can get full nades on some of those players who otherwise may not have been able to go into that position. Last timeout taken by Renegades. That could be a real big moment here. If they do start to go on a loss streak now, if Navi keep winning rounds, We're going to get deeper and deeper into the game. They won't have any time to breathe. They won't have any chance to take a pause. So Renegades could really do with closing this out soon, because every round that slips away from you, the pressure can start to build and you can start to suddenly get a little scared after having such a big lead earlier in this game. Should still be fine for them at 15-9. They should be able to win 1 out of the potential 6 rounds that are coming up. And now they've got a full gun round to prove to us that they can do it.
Alistair starting the round over at B. Ins is here with the 8K. Boomich. Oh, he's looking for some of these entries. Quite good at getting him towards B, and once again, he's been able to take the hat off Hats. And a man advantage now for Navi. They're going to put pressure on the B-bomb start immediately. Smoke down, that slows it. That's a kill through the smoke as well from Ins. That's going to slow down Navi a little further now. They have to figure out, okay, we've lost a player here. We did get that opening kill, but we're once again at the beginning of the round. No map control really, apart from top banana. And down into the 4v4.
Such a shame for Boomich, who did well to get that early kill. You can understand why he would call for a fast B play in that position, but he gets stalled out, and then because he's so far forward and trying to commit to the site, he gets sprayed through the smoke. Good work by Renegades to tie up the numbers, but the numbers won't be so even on this B bomb site. Only Alistair here with the AWP. And Navi still have some nades to try and deny him from this position.
Quick rotation is coming from Ins, but you do need something out of Alistair here. He's going to go down, Simple peeks him onto the coffins. It's always difficult. It's a risk every time you re-peek the coffins as an AWPer. And Ins is not too far off predicting the right position that just couldn't get any kills out of it, and Renegades have to save.
Saving the 3 rifles as well as having some money in the bank should allow another buy into the next round. So again, not worst case scenario right now for Renegades, but obviously losing the round isn't ideal. You'd rather just get the win and get it over the line. And Navi did such a great job there with the utility they had, with the little utility they had remaining, at just using those flashes to get Alistair off the angle, and then Simple predicts the repeat, predicts the position of the AWP. He realized that they weren't facing much resistance initially on the site, so it's quite likely it's just an AWP solo holding B. That's a common way that teams like to play when they go down into the 4v4, and Simple was really ready for it. Just waits for the repeat. Instead of having to smoke Coffin, you can just get that kill because you don't have the smoke, and then Simple can basically act as an ability of just stopping that Coffin player from being able to have any influence on the outcome of the round. Really smart play by Simple. He is still going strong here for Navi, who now have 10 rounds here on Inferno. The game has come somewhat closer than Renegades would have wanted. But for Navi, they are finding their footing here, slowly but surely.
They're going for a lot of these heavy plays in terms of just running straight through the smoke to top middle this time. It's Malta who did spot that start to come through, and Alistair, quick kill. Boomish is trying to get a lot of these openings for Navi, but now it has to be electronic. He's got the kill back on Malta, but Alistair's still here, still lurking around long, and he's just missed the timing. Navi have got on towards short, and Sicko inside of the site. We've seen a highlight moment from this position already in this game, and Sicko's looking for another. He's done damage onto Pit, he's dropped down into Pit, and Ins, he's got one, but traded out quickly bit by bit. He's now hiding inside of the mini pit. Alistair at long. He's got his teammate still inside of the site, but that motor smoke, that makes things difficult. So the counter smoke in play for Alistair allows him to move through, and he can get the kill here on Bit. Easy frag for him, and now the rifle of Sicko, they're pulling it off. Just Simple. 1 versus 3 needed to keep his team alive. He spots the head as a game of whack-a-mole. And Simple right now is not feeling it on the AWP. Goes to the AK, and right through the smoke, it's the Renegades who take themselves a 16-10 win on Inferno. An upset yesterday, and now a chance again against one of the best in the world, Navi, down a map as we head into the second.
I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crowd. I hear your steps and every move you make. I'm always one step ahead. I smell your fear, your tired sighs are music to my ears. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crossfire. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win.
It's been a slow start to IEM Cologne for Navi as Renegades take away map number 1, 16-10 on Inferno. Navi looked a little slow, a little rough to start things off. A couple of missed timings, a couple of missed shots, especially Simple up on that boost in CT. Team Knives coming in, missed Molotovs out of spawn. Seemed like Navi just had a little bit of land jitters coming into this one, Hawker. But gotta give it to the Renegades once again, just outplaying, out-aiming a lot of the time as well. They're playing some great Counter-Strike.
And for Navi, it is something that has plagued them in the past, is these slow starts to tournaments. And this is a tournament you can't afford to have that slow start in. There isn't much room for error here at Cologne, where that lower bracket is instantly a position you could go to and you could get eliminated. You've got a tough team to go up against. So for Navi, they've got to go ahead and step up here. But for Renegades, the start to that game was so incredible for them. Getting a 5-0 lead and then getting some crazy clutches in there. It was the same Renegades we know and love from yesterday who were playing that slow style. You can see why Inferno suits them so well as they draw rotations across the map. And then it always helps when you're having some lovely highlight moments like some of these.
Yeah, we have to say, Renegades coming in again, just having the individual skill, not only that, but also the tactical element. A lot of those fakes still came through. I don't think they had to go as deep in their strat book as they did against OG, but it still looks really good from a tactical level. Oh, I feel like Renegades are just playing such a great brand of Counter-Strike right now, and it's really being tested against the world's best as well.
It really is. It really is. They're going against a great team and they're able to still play their same way. They're able to close it out at the end there. A lot of great plays from a lot of different individuals. That's the main thing that's been surprising to me, and a real pleasant surprise is how every single Renegades player seems to be able to step up and play against the top teams in the world. That has been so impressive to see, because over in Oceania, oftentimes it is Ints towards the top. Oftentimes it is Ints who is really standing out and carrying, but here it's just been a real team effort. effort so far.
Well, we are going to Dust 2 next, and when we look at this map, I feel like it comes down to the fact that Navi are not going to have to think as much, right? It's going to come down to that individual skill, and you're going to remove the amount of elements that Renegades can outplay you, outthink you. You're going to bring it down to more raw ability, and I think obviously we understand Navi are going to be able to compete on that front. I feel like that is a little bit worrying for Renegades, though, because this map is going to allow Navi back into the series. If you're an underdog team, you want to try and get that lead and then try and keep it, but heading into Dust 2, this is going to be a very difficult affair.
Yeah, not going to be easy here on Dust. Not a map we've seen from Renegades so far this tournament, I believe. It's not one that they've been really wanting to play so far in their series, or even in their best of one, which they lost against Vitality in their opening game of that play-in, but came back, came through. Haven't seen them on Dust 2, and the question in my mind is, have Navi seen them on Dust 2? Have they done their homework? Because I feel like Navi were aware of the way Renegades like to play. There were some rounds where they were holding their nades, but at the same time, it's not easy to play against that style, and you see them looking for information in the late round and still getting punished for it.
Yeah, and I feel like when we're coming into this, we want to see more out of Bit as well in particular. He didn't really transition so well here on Inferno. He's very quiet to start things off. He nearly had the 1v5 though, so things are starting to look much better. He's starting to get more comfortable. Heading into Dust 2, hopefully we can see more out of him. But we're heading there just after a short break, guys. So we're going to have to go to a quick one, but we'll be right back to continue the series. We'll see if Renegades can do it in 2, or will Navi get right back into the series. Find out after the break.
To get to a third map, I just think it's everything you could possibly want here. The bell is ringing, certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's going to get a headshot. Follow. Oh, what?
Ку-ку!
О май гад.
Райдер. Справа. Найс.
Справа.
Закрысил.
Он со звуком играет, да?
Да.
Dogs? Dogs.
Надо поставить.
So we should talk in what language?
Я горю, блядь.
Молодец, молодец.
Абай, нас выносят.
Да меня в ухо убивают. Что-то страшно иногда двигаться по карте.
Вообще.
Карта живая.
Один у нас, на респе. Я умер.
Сзади у нас.
Меня прибило.
Вас прибило. Сзади он надо был сэм.
О, у меня идея.
Тут прибивает Абай, осторожно. Вот тут вообще жестко. Абай, сейчас ты умрешь.
Есть пробитие.
Так, Абай, все.
Я собран, я на фокусе вообще-то играть, не могу убить.
10 хп, Иван.
Чё?
Че это за лазеры?
А здесь еще толк есть, поняли?
Да, да.
Есть, короче, ловушки. Да не, что вообще пристрелять не могу.
Справа, справа.
Да, Дима, не доигрывай.
О!
Так, вот.
Еще, на серфе справа.
Где?
Вот, справа.
Он битый, минус 52.
Серега, я посмотрел экран.
Хорошо.
О, где спал? Не знаю, слева где-то. Давай. Вон, в подвале.
Где?
В подвале. Вот тут, да. Справа в подвале был. Давай, вообще сложно, согласись.
Да это вообще неправильно.
Navi go down one map here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Now we're heading into Dust 2. It's their map pick versus the Renegades. My name is Dinko, joined by Hawker, and we're hopping into what should be a banging matchup here on Dust 2. Renegades are showing they can compete on the individual level, but here on Dust 2, they're not going to have the other facet of their game. They're not going to be able to outplay as much as they have been on Inferno against some of the top teams we've seen in the tournament. Against OG, they're a team they should be beating, shouldn't be beating, should I say, and they've done it yesterday. They outplayed them, and now Navi as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got on Dust 2, but I'm still feeling Navi here.
A big positive for Renegades will be having Alistair playing well on that AWP. He was doing it on Inferno, which is not always the easiest map to AWP on. So on Dust 2, you would expect to see more from him. But on the other side of the coin, Simple was also looking solid. Really good in that second half there on Inferno. You'd expect the same from him on Dust. Let's see if Navi can bounce back. They need to do it here. You don't want to lose your opening game and go down to that lower bracket early. There are a lot of killers in this tournament.
We've seen it already, the lower bracket of Liquid versus Mousesports teams.
I hope Navi actually show up. Where are they?
Well, that's just fitting, right? They haven't shown up at all here at IEM Cologne, but it's time here on Dust 2. We'll see if they can get on the server. 1x bet odds certainly favoring Navi coming into this one. 1.57 to 2.41 as we hop into the pistol. Renegades on the CT side. CZ for Alistair, and a quick play into the lower tunnels for him as well. He's run up into Boomich and a quick headshot. He's going in for more. He's trying to get a second, but Bit puts him in the ground.
Nice for Bit to get an early trade kill. We talked about his struggles on Inferno. Nice shot from Simple. That P250 is so good in his hands. He gets the long-range headshot. That P250 has that ability to land that one-shot headshot at longer range than the USP, so he can take a fair fight against Renegades, and he gives his team the man advantage.
Hats peeking up into top middle. Starts his run back up into the B bomb site. Bit has got that peek and spotted that no one's watching it. Navi now start to go up towards short. Right now, one player defending the A bomb site, and that's Inns from Goose. He's got to deal with the short play, and they've just spotted him. He's going to try and peek out for a headshot. Once again, there is a player up long as well, but Simple. Crushing headshot straight away. Sicko and Hats dropping back into middle. Now looking for an avenue into the round. They're going to go up short, but Simple's waiting over here. P250. We've seen some antics out of it over in Inferno, and now looking for more. Simple's got a 3K. Looking for a fourth, and more. I can't recover it. Luckily, Sicko comes out with one. P250 into his hand now. Has to make the reload. He's got the kit in his back. He's got to hit some nutty shots, though. He's going to get some quick shots. Every opportunity needs to go his way. It's not got a kill yet, and now with Navi having 3 players alive, ball planted. And that wrap around from short starting to come through as well from Electronic. He's in behind him. Sicko will go down to Bit, though, and a pistol picked up for Navi. Really good shots again there from Simple.
A good couple of kills from Bit too, but those were a bit easier than the kills Simple was getting. It really was the Simple show here in the pistol round. So clean, it's just one taps on these final fights that he was taking. No chance for Renegades to react. And it is so fun to watch Simple when he feels like he has to just carry the game. He has the ability to do it, and Dust 2 is definitely a good map to do it.
Certainly so. It was Simple. He's going for these early fights, and he's down. Malta has taken out the AK.
The AK got naded back, I think. Did it?
Well, Electronic has
He did. Hats has it.
And now Hats as well. And he's looking for some shots into the mid doors. Bits found it with the AK. And that's going to explode. An opening in towards the B split. They're going to smoke off CT and just run on up. There's one player currently defending the B side. Sicko's had a shot through the smoke. Perfecto's down to Mac 10, running over the top. Sicko does get brought out of play, but 3v3. Electronic pierced down the B ramp, and ooh, getting some damage off. Needs to be careful because he has been chunked down himself. Boomich has gone down to the low HP of Malta, and now he's on a Galil. Suddenly Navi in a chance of losing this round, and Electronic over the top of the smoke. He's come in with one on Alistair. The AK of Hats and the Galil of Malta trying to get back into the site. They've locked Navi out. They've kept him outside of the bomb site. They're going to tap the bomb to try and pull them into the open. But Navi aren't going for it. Hats is now sticking that defuse. 10 seconds on the hold. Malta's got to hold it. Flash goes in. Peak starts to come through. Bit couldn't get it done, but he's off the bomb. Hats has to come back onto it. It's going to be close. He's going to stick it for the full 10 seconds, but he's confident he's got this one. Renegades, what a round to pull out.
Risky move from Hats to get off the bomb, but it pays off for him. He goes ahead and hits that deagle shot through the door. The AK in his hands does help make a difference. It's that early kill, and yeah, look, the nade goes in, nades it back, they get the AK. Malta landing some great shots, and then Hats at the end doesn't even use the AK. It's the deagle shots onto both of them. Brilliant play from Hats to realize he had time to defuse, he could get off the bomb, and it's not an easy start for Navi. They thought they were going to get up to a flyer, and Renegades have just sent them back down to earth. I still can't believe how composed Renegades are in some of these really hard and really tight, close rounds. Renegades have won almost all of the close rounds so far in this series. When it's come down to 2v2s, when it's come down to post ones, they've been the better team.
Oh, that's a good shot. Malta dancing with death. The more you re-peek that angle, it will go down. Smoke goes into long, and here come Navi. It can often be a great strategy to go for this short execute to try and get a bomb plant out of this kind of round, but you've got to deal with the setup of Inns and the rifle in towards Goose. This is not going to be easy, and Inns is ready for that play, but he's blinded. Really good flashbangs, but here goes Alistair, peeking out, getting 3, finally shut down by Simple, and it's still a 2v2. Bombs start to get planted. Electronic out towards long, and Simple, he's really got a lot of work to do inside of this site. They put a lot of pressure on him now to do this. Simple loves the pressure. He's going to look down into CT, a difficult angle to try and clear out, but the flash, he dodges it, swing around! 6 shot from Hats. but it's still Electronic. He's gone up towards short. He's doing damage down towards Sicko. He's got to get onto the bomb. He's got a smoke here. That could definitely pressure Electronic to try and get him off the defuse. He's going to throw that smoke down. No kit picked up, though. AK-47 still in play. Electronic trying to find him and through the smoke. He'll do it. Simple and Electronic pull off the round win. And it's the time wasted there, the delay from Simple that allows Electronic to get up into short. Great repositioning in for the late round.
And also that great flash from Perfecto earlier on onto Inns. And part of the reason why they can get that flash in the perfect position is because Inns had fired some shots earlier, I believe, so they knew where he was. They could throw the flash exactly where he was looking and full blind him for such a long time. So Navi fight back. A scrappy start to us too. Let's see if Navi can hold it this time. Maybe not, because they've lost Simple early. Malta's still close by, reloading. Players pushing him, and Bit hits the headshot.
Quick kill. One that is necessary, because losing that early player of Simple is never going to be a happy start here for Navi. They're going to try and get Alistair boosted up. 2 players now into the A site. Smoke's still down at long, but eventually that'll fade away, and Alistair is now looking for that kill. Trying to bait them out, trying to force them to take a fight against him. He's trying to get this jump to spot if he can see a head down there. But Boomich has crouched, and because of that, Alistair could not see his head. Now the rest of the Navi squad start their walk up long, and Alistair's just come off the angle at the right time to get cover in behind the site. He's now looking for fights, and he's being goosed up. He's down to 9 HP, and Sicko now trying to get something out of the scouts. The flying scoutsman. Can they find anything out of the round, though? Peering over the top of the smokes. Nothing's landing here. They've had opportunities. They've had a couple of chances, and finally a shot will land, but they've lost Alistair, and that's not a kill. In 4 Renegades. They're going to try and get a boost of the Deagle on up. This could work. Spam through the box. Bomb plant denied. 30 seconds left now for Navi. Hats is not really covered off because his teammate's blocking the cover. Hats is forced into the fight, and they know there's a second player now there as well, and Bit's going to clear it. Inns left alone. Scout picked up again. Can he deny the plant? He just can't do it. Plant comes in, and now Inns is down to 1 HP. He's got to run away. And that's another round for Navi. None of these are easy for them, though.
Quite a few of those scout shots coming really close, but not enough of them landing. The boost onto the site was a nice idea to delay, to cause a bit of confusion on the Navi side. But once they figured out that there were 2 players committed, 2 players stuck in that close corner, they knew exactly how to deal with it. Didn't rush it, just waited until those Renegades players were stuck in the corner with nowhere to go. Coordinating those peaks, taking an early 3-1 lead. Nice stuff from Navi. I was looking back at Navi's run through Katowice 2020, and they did lose a game early in the tournament against Fnatic. They've shown before that they can lose a series and come back in a tournament and just play lights out for the rest of it. Obviously wouldn't be ideal, though. It's not what Navi would want right now against this Renegades roster. Early timeout taken by Renegades. Remember, they did run out of timeouts over on Inferno. I would much prefer teams to use too many timeouts than too few, though. The Navi side of it was they only used a timeout when the game was really, really far away from them. So I don't mind the early timeout from Renegades. See what they can conjure up in this extra time.
I'm loving these tactical pauses, should I say, and the action music we have really gets you in the mood to understand what the teams are going through at this point. Alistair looking for a pick to open things up. Head spotted towards T-spawn, smoking towards Xbox, and a good kill from Alistair. That's a really good find, and Inns as well. He's got a double kill. Renegades again on the lower tier weapons. Navi are down to just Electronic and Boomich. Too much off the top here for Navi. They've got to figure out how to pull this one back. Double smoke into the CT cross. Boomich tries to get over it. He's still got to deal with that short play. I think a Molotov up there is probably necessary to try and keep Malta back, to try and get that bomb planted, at least for the long post plant of Electronic. But there's a timer on it, and he's planting on the safe side of the boxes. He doesn't feel comfortable planting for long, and because of that, Boomich now has to fight. Inns has come out long, and He's just missed the timing on the Electronic, but his shots come through. Now Electronic's alone. There's still a flank along he has to worry about. So even if he gets these kills, it's the flank that matters. Electronic gets away with another kill and nearly the lineup onto 2, but there's just too many players. Renegades get it done again on the lower weapons.
2 rounds in a row where Alistair peeks down mid with the scout, hits the headshot on Simple, and takes him out of the round early on. That is crazy to do, because getting Simple out of the round early is exactly what you want to be doing. It's that shot from Alistair peeking down mid, and then Ince was already in lower tunnels. He was already in this position before Alistair had landed the shot, so having that scout peek down mid helps that happen. Now you get an AWP out into his hands, and what a weird start to the game this has been. Both teams winning on lower buys, both teams struggling with their stronger buys. Navi now having to take a couple of lower weapons into this one.
Oh, Bumich gets out of this long smoke, and Electronic in behind him. Alistair are going to be playing from the site. Scope down in towards long. Just not going to find much from it. For Navi, they're just going to leave the pit player of Simple. He's going to duel it out against the AWP of Alistair. Oh, the timing on the unscope is just enough to allow Simple to get the headshot. Alistair down, and now Navi give it a huge opening. That's enough to pull the full rotation off the B bomb side as well. And the bomb is going back over towards B.
Simple gets his revenge with the scout, but Mortar's recovered the AWP and hit him with a headshot of his own. Back to a 4v4. Renegades may now realize the A site isn't being pressured too heavily here. They're even going for some information on short, with Inns playing fairly far forward, so they should be ready for a potential B play.
And Hats has got a good angle for it, but Electronics quickly come in. A Glittle has found him, and that's going to be a man advantage for Navi. This game cannot continue like this for Renegades. They cannot afford to get these opportunities and then have them fizzle away. Navi come back again, winning a much-needed round win for Navi, but this needs to end at some point. For both of these sides, they just have to crush this scrappy back and forth with some of these weaker weapons. I think Navi would enjoy that much more than Renegades, though. This scrappy style of Counter-Strike, I think they come out on top if it continues this way. I don't know how many of those rounds Renegades have left in their locker. Eventually, you're going to have to run out of those.
It is a shame for Renegades, because they get that shot from Malta on towards Simple. They get Simple out of the round, and they get some information that it is likely the B play. But unfortunately, Sicko's rotation arrived just 5 seconds too late. If Navi was slightly slower on their B push, he would have arrived on the site. He would have been a second player there to assist, because he was rotating over. There's the shot from Simple. There's the shot from Malta. Equally quick on both sides. It's so scary what some of these top players can do with the scout. Have to be so precise to hit the headshot. Finally looks like Renegades will save a bit more money from this one. They have the saved AUG, but the other players only buying a couple of Deagles. And you would expect this round and this game to go back to normal now. Renegades not with a great deal to work with here. Should be Navi's round. But it's been a weird game so far.
Oh, Bits come through the doorway and caught by Electronic. He'll try and get a second, but Sicko's Deagle has allowed him a kill onto Bit. Electronics move forward. He's got that trade kill quite quickly. Hats, Inns, and Alistair now starting to topple as well. Navi getting the important kills. No magic just yet for the Renegades. Can Hats pull a rabbit out of his hat? Looks for some shots and looks on up, but Boomich has found his head. And now wins with a rifle alongside the Kevlar. Ultimate goal will be to save this weapon. Navi are delaying that plan just to allow them to try and figure out where they are, and Simple will find his kill. Inns eventually goes down as well. Renegades lose every single player. Money's not great for the CT side here. Got some players who are available to fully purchase, but others that are in a weird territory where they won't be able to get a rifle out alongside Kevlar. So I think another half buy is on the cards here for Renegades, and that is going to allow Navi to likely be up to 6 rounds. So I think this battle of attrition, a war of attrition, these scrappy buys going back and forth, eventually it is going to favor Navi, and here it is. 6-2 should be their reward.
Have to give a lot of props to Electronic too. Was playing pretty well on Inferno. On their CT side, he was one of the only reasons they were winning rounds. He's been playing well here so far, but this round he won't be having any impact. Boomich steals the AK away. He takes a nade for his troubles. What a hero, though.
Yeah, just fearless trying to get the rifle out of there, not giving it over to Renegades. That can really turn the tides if they get an upgraded weapon. So Boomich going in, it is risky, gets chunked down, but gets the AK out of play. I think he threw it over the side there as well, so they can't even recover it at all. Alistair's pushed up into Longhouse. They don't have nothing right now for Renegades. You've got long control, you've got an early kill. Navi still with an option to split back into the B bomb site. If they want to sell out the hit in towards A, they can drop down into mid and play for this B split, because they still have Perfecto up in the tunnels. I'm interested to see what Navi decide to do here. Do they want to go in for the short execute straight into the A site hit? And right now, it looks like that's going to be the call, because Perfecto has left tunnels and is now sitting at middle. Simple's run up short. Sicko has a spot on his head, but finally he will. No kill, though, for the Renegades just yet. And no reply for Navi. They have to try and get onto the side. They're sending Simple forward. Bit now running in, trying to take the space clear in the close angles. They know there's a fight on the ramp at A, and Bit has not been able to get a kill finally on the last bullet. Manages one and Simple with the other. Bomb planted, Renegades held off, and the kills keep on coming. Hats with one, couldn't quite get the second, and Perfecto having some fun now with his AK. Alistair left nipping at the heels inside of mid. Navi have recovered, and that's going to be 6 rounds now added to the tally. Oh. Alistair could get an exit here.
Perfecto has gone back to the rest of his team. Smart decision. Make sure that you're 100% safe. Boomich will save the AWP, and Alistair won't get a kill at the end. Couple of shaky moments still for Navi individually. Oh, so close. Happened a couple of shaky rounds still from some of the Navi players, maybe missing some shots they shouldn't be. Bit there with the spray initially. Looked awkward, but eventually makes up for it. Now we have the buy from Renegades, including an AWP on Alistair and 3 AUGs on the CT side, looking to use those scopes to their advantage. Or maybe not use the scopes. A lot of players go unscoped with the AUG.
Simple. Waiting for the jump up. Waiting for someone to try and get that jump peak for information. It's not coming in though. They're just waiting for that kill, and then they'll explode into B, because they have 4 players over here right now for Navi. The bomb's there as well. Now here comes the explosion. They haven't got a kill, but they're still going to run with it. B hit starting to come through. Only 1 player inside of the site itself, and Bit's got the chance here. Sicko walks through the doorway. Boomich finds the kill on Hats. That has to be the save call. Renegades cannot make it work. Not enough kills in the hold.
Those B plays are something that Navi do like to do sometimes. I think it's a nice way, especially against underdog teams, of just seeing what their B hold is like, because if it is going to be a position where you don't get a kill on the CT side or you don't slow them down, it can very quickly unravel on your CT hold here on Dust. You can very quickly run into a lot of problems. If you start losing that B site, it's so hard to retake, and it is normally hard to take for the Ts just through the tunnels, but if you can get the timings right, if you can use some solid flashes, then maybe you can. What is going on? Are they assembling a boost? Oh my god, this is crazy. They're boosting over the top to see that close left wall. No one there though, so Malta will be fine, but a cool idea from Navi to try and take those guns away. Rifle save for Renegades, but they've got to show more resistance at the start of some of these rounds. It's a frustrating round because there's not much you can say from the Renegade side there in order to fix that. All you can say is, I guess, just try and hold B a bit better.
Yeah, they kind of got unlucky with the timing. You know, Sicko came through the doorway and didn't realize that Navi had already a player inside the site. Alistair missed shot. He's going for some aggression into mid up short, but hasn't come out with a kill. That does signal to Navi where the AWP is playing from. And they're going to try and go out long, and because the AWP has often been on the site fighting down towards long, once it rings out towards short, Simple's much more comfortable just running around the corner with his teammates. And now he's got the angle up to the A site, so you're not going to have defense from the middle of the bomb site itself, and you've really got to find a way to get into a better position to face off this attack, and a good flash is going to be enough. Alistair's got the position.
It's established on the angle, but they're closing the distance, and Alistair has to respond, but it's Electronic with an excellent headshot early.
Yeah, Electronic gets in underneath him, and Alistair did not expect that one to come through, but Malta's got the reply. Sicko as well through the smoke has found Simple. It's now Boomich, Bit, and Perfecto looking to try and close out the round in the post plant. Renegades looking to try and come back through. Bit, he's been spotted, but not downed just yet. He's waiting for that chance to strike. Just holding his position. They're going to go for a boost. This could be beautiful. Malta gets on top. He's got so close to the site now. Looking the wrong way. Bit goes down. Malta, keep your gun out. And because of that, Boomich and Perfecto have got the kills. Another round for Navi. They're coming close. Renegades are really making a meal out of the rounds, but Navi in the end are winning the important ones. And they're up to 8-2. And this scoreline, I feel like it doesn't reflect how close it could have been and maybe even should have been, but Navi are not going to complain.
Good to see Perfecto having some impact here in the late round scenario. That's the sort of spot that he will get put in because they rely on him in those late round scenarios to be that consistent force for them. And he delivered some important kills there. Timeout taken by Renegades, their second timeout being used ahead of this one. And it's pretty important that they get some more rounds on their CT side soon. Navi have so much money. Won't be breaking that bank balance anytime soon. So it will need to be gun rounds for Renegades. And they finally get a double AWP setup. A lot of teams like to run this on Dust 2. Generally, that second AWP will play over on the B site. And that could be an answer to that B site where we saw them struggle to hold it previously. Having that AWP gives you a couple more options. Oh dear, that's not going to give you options though.
Yeah, starting to limit those options right from the beginning of the round. Simple with a kill through the mid-door smoke. And Renegades down a player on the B site. Navi starting to send the bomb that way as well, and Sicko's got a hold. He's got one quick kill through the wall onto the head of Perfecto, but Electronic is through the mid doors. Once again, the death place of a Renegades player, and now Inns goes through, gets out of his spot alive, luckily, and Malta's come in with one, but again, it's Simple. A headshot on the AWP. Sicko now getting close to wanting to take matters into his own hands, but the timing, it's not worked out for him. He's going to have to fall back off his position. He did spot Navi players going up into short, and that is information for Inns, but what can he do with it? He's had a pretty slow start individually. We'd love this to be the round he gets something going. But Navi have got Electronic out towards the mid doors, and he's going to maintain this position, and Inns will win out the duel with the AUG. Has come through, now under a minute. Navi are going back over towards short. They're going to try and pressure up into the A site. Bit is going through, trying to spot out if he can get this trade onto Inns, but he's long gone. He's going towards long, all the way through the long house. And Simple still waiting for the information to come through to him. But it hasn't quite been passed on, other than the site is clear. So he's going to go up into the A site. Smoke off short, Molotov off CT. But look how quick this regroup has come in from Renegades. They've grouped up in the 2v2.
They still have a molly, but with the bomb being planted in front of the site, if Simple could get to long, that would be ideal. It's not going to be allowed, though. They're stuck on the site. They're scared that the CTs themselves could be over on long. So Navi having to play from the bomb site, and that means Inns' molly could be really valuable.
Oh, it's gone in. Simple, aware of the position, now trying to get the angle. He's got it. Inns goes down. Bit finds the other. Renegades come close, but once again, it's Navi.
Renegades did pretty well to recover that round, considering they lost that first kill through the mid doors. I was really impressed by the way they fought towards the mid position of the map. They made sure to help Sicko because they realized having that AWP solo holding B is just impossible. If he gets run down, he's going to be in trouble. He needs that rifle support. So they go ahead and find fights towards mid to make sure it's not an easy B split, but unfortunately the 2v2 not won this time, and now they're down to the lower by Electronic, up to 15 kills. Make that 16. Might make it 17. Indeed he will. Cutting down the pistols on long. Great game from Electronic so far. Navi showing us why they can be so good on this map. Their individuals are shining. They're about to take a 10-2 lead.
Oh, Hats gets taken out. Perfecto finds him, and now Sicko, the only one alive for the Renegades, and Boomich will take him down. 10-2 for Navi. They're up to double figures, and Boomich a little bit of BM as well. I think it's good to try and get your head in the game here for Navi as well. You know, you've had a lot of these close rounds. I think this half could have easily been much closer. A few of the close rounds went Renegades' way, but
oh wow,
it's going to be a buyout for them, and an auto sniper for Simple.
I mean, he's got so much money. He can start spamming those doors now.
Let's go. Let's see what he can get from it. We've seen this earlier on for G2. Over on the A stream, and he's done damage. Sicko down to 26, and out of the map, the auto sniper goes. He's back to the AWP.
It's the upside of buying it in round 13, right? I don't think Renegades would expect it to come out that early, so they're not having that in their minds. They're not ready for the spam. It hits twice instead of maybe just the one shot that would have landed if they were more prepared for it. In's playing up close. Hasn't been as good of a game for him here on Dust. Alistair wants to take matters into his own hands. He's ready for the fight, and his teammate takes a kill at the same time.
Great start for the Renegades into this round. 2 early kills, and finally a comfortable position to lead the round from. They need to close it. They need to get a few rounds to close out this half.
They're even pushing B tunnels, and Sicko's low on health.
And well, Perfecto has come into the lower tunnels. Sicko is low and now completely down. That's the B bomb site with a weak opening. That might give Navi a foothold into the round. Let's see if that comes back to bite them. There's still pressure in short right now. Flash up. Simple going in. Electronic alongside him. Some utility coming in for Renegades. They still have some left, but now it starts to trickle. And that was the Molotov used up.
Simple was so vocal there. He was saying a lot. Clearly wanting these smokes to come into A as a fake as they try to go back to B. And that earlier aggression from Sicko means this B site could be weak. Inz is still in position though, and there's no smoke for CT.
They're going to molly him instead though. They're going to try and force him off the angle, and now they're playing to the B site. Hats has to deliver. Perfecto has come out, and one chance there for Hats. He should have got the kill, but a headshot for Perfecto. And now once again, even on the server. Electronic holds for the mid-play. Could have got away with 2, but finally down to Alistair. Quick pickup from window though for Simple. And Inz is really desperately trying to find something here. They're holding it back. Once again, Navi turning the mid-round in their favor. Great calls, great plays. Maybe even a little mistake there from Renegades, but 11 rounds now for Navi.
We were praising Renegades for their composure earlier. That is the first round where maybe just because of the scoreline, they get a little ahead of themselves and they want to make that hero play. They want to go ahead and just close out the round sooner than they needed to. It's the first time they got into such a good position. At that point, you've got to be confident that your hold on the site is going to be good enough. Simple this time not hitting any shots on the cross. They know to cross quickly now.
Yeah, Simple not making the most smart investments with the auto sniper coming out twice.
He's got so much cash, he doesn't care, mate.
Just buy whatever you want.
Spend whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
He could buy a Negev. Actually, the Negev's cheap now. Never mind.
Yeah.
Buy an M249.
Already back in 2016, Hawker. Electronic. Oh, could kill P250. Alistair goes down, and, well, for Renegades, it's 3 Deagles left and a chance because they've stacked 2 players onto the A side, but they're looking the wrong way. And Simple finds it on the Deagle. Hats goes down as well, and now just Sicko. Inside his CT, trying his best to land a couple of headshots, but at this point, the best he can hope for is a Chad Birchall Frag Movie special, and he's got one.
Navi are having a bit of fun with it now, you can see. Electronic and Simple both swinging onto the site with their pistols instead of their rifles. The P250 and the Deag peeking. Simple's got the auto sniper again. Anyone want to join him? Come on, Navi, get another one. Why not spam that cross with a couple more? It's the last round of the half.
Everybody buy them. Just go ahead. Everybody. But Simple is the only one that's going to have some fun in the round, and he starts to spam through once again. And of course, that actually really does delay the players getting across in towards the B side. But it doesn't matter because Navi are pressuring out long, and Boomich has come in with a kill. Alistair finds the reply almost immediately, though, and now the play up short begins for Navi. It's a quick start to the round for the Riflers. You can see why they don't want to buy those auto snipers. They want to get the control of the map as quickly as possible. It's a 4 versus 4. 1-for-1 trades at the beginning of round 15. Alistair's going to take a difficult angle because Bit had already crossed over to the other side of the stairway. Not the best position for the AWP. And Inns again gets caught. He's been having a rough time individually on that A site. Navi have been toying with him. Zico trying to get the AG up, but once again gets caught in the timing. This is more like it for Navi. They've really come into this one much more comfortable and should be closing out the first half. 13-2. They've gone and done it. Great reply from Navi after losing the first map. It looks like we're heading to a third. We'll figure out if that's the case in the second half.
Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. Just go. I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. Just go. I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the I hear your steps and every move you make. I'm always one step ahead. I smell your fear, your tired sighs are music to my ears. Just go. I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. Just go. I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crossfire. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will.
After the first map, Navi had to make a statement coming into the second, and they've done that. 13-2 half coming in for Natus Vincere, and now they're trying to get the pistol win to just put them closer to taking this one over the line.
Simple's feeling it. Trying to take a fight up mid, jumping onto Xbox. Smoke will land, but Renegades all in the tunnels, and Navi still have a couple of players prepared on the B-bomb site.
It's going to be such a heavy play from Renegades. It has to work. They have to get these early kills. Smokes and flashes go in. Bitch trying to line them up, trying to get the first shot. Damage has been done to Renegades, and finally Electronic, he was hidden away. And because of that, the element of surprise has allowed a kill, but only one. Would have liked a little more out of it, but kills go back and forth, and it is a 3v3. Renegades have taken the B site, and In's trying to fight out the tunnels. Boomich coming down into the position, but it's the ulti that comes out with a headshot. Now upgrading his Glock swiftly to the USP. And the two remaining Navi players coming through lower tunnels. Doesn't know that they're both there, though. So they're still focusing on the doorways, but eventually they should get that info. You can see they're just being much more comfortable taking that outside B control. Perfecto trying to get a headshot. Renegades locking it in, though. Another great one from Alistair. And now it's just Simple left in the clutch. This one, he cannot win. This one goes to Renegades. They find a pistol. And it's a good start to the second half. They need as many rounds as they can get here.
Really impressive round from Renegades, really, because Navi had a lot of players stacked on that B side of the map. It looked like Navi had pretty much the perfect setup to shut down that round. They had 2 players on the site itself. A lot of missed shots from Bit early, which was a bit of a shame, but Inns hounding that long-range headshot with the Glock was key. The rotate came in, but by the time they were out onto the side, it wasn't enough. One thing I wouldn't have minded from Navi there is the player with the nades to be playing towards the mid doors, because then he could flash for his teammates at B and it could help them more on the hold. But instead he just rotates over, tries to take the aim fight. Perfecto can't land the shots. And now Renegades need to make sure they hold on here. They've got the pistol they needed. Oh, and that's a stunning shot from Alistair.
Yeah, great opening. They got to try and prevent Bit from finding one of his own. He's close. He's hit the shot, but not death for Sicko. Stay alive in 11. Renegades will take short control.
Flash at the ready. Electronic wants to get proactive off the back of these smokes. Molto with a double spray with the Galil. That should settle this round. Perfecto can't even stop him. Bit's hoping for a kill, which he will get. Any more will be hard, though. Now they know exactly where he is. It's being used towards his possession. Renegades already have this 4th round locked in.
Bit is attempting to do quite a bit of damage. His ADR certainly go up, but he's not really getting kills out of it. Just gonna slip through the smoke. And Inns is holding for the exit. Bit has to be aware of that. He is. He does just have the Scout and Deagle here, so he's hanging around inside of the smoke. And eventually Renegades will go ahead and get themselves those 4 rounds they were looking for. Great start to the round from Alistair. Great job just keeping it clean as well. Only losing 1 player for the time being. And it will remain 4 players staying alive for Renegades. Come into this one, again, it's going to be Navi just playing with that Scout, couple of Deagles around it. We shouldn't really be seeing much out of them other than that. And for Renegades, it's another round where they try and limit the casualties, try and build that T-side economy. Going to need all the money you can get to try and pull this one back.
We were saying in the pre-game that Alistair playing so well on the AWP could be a real nice positive for Renegades to play with. He's played pretty well here. It's just his teammates haven't been able to hold up their end of the bargain. It's also very nice for Navi that Electronic's having such a good game here on Dust 2, helping us see that it's not just going to be the simple show. Electronic has been playing probably the best out of any Navi player so far in this series. He was good in Inferno too.
He is the young daddy, right? He's the young daddy and he's showing up to the server. Good to see him on LAN.
Just the couple of pistols and Scout in play. Bit trying to do some damage. Perfecto getting 1 kill up close, but now Bit will be pushed from 2 sides. And Inns is even spotting these players on the rotate.
Ooh, Alistair through the smoke, gets a double kill. Good stuff to close out the round. Again, just losing 1. Renegades up to 5. Now Navi going for the buy, though. It's going to be the AWP out for Simple. A1S for Perfecto. The rest of the side purchasing up their rifles. Inns has got the AWP out as well. Interesting if that'll stay on him.
He's got the long spawn, so should go to that long corner for the pick. And then it'll go back into the hands of Alistair. See if he can get the pick, though.
Yeah, it's down to whether or not he can find it. He's going to try and run out for it. Looking for the pick. Smoke goes up. Flash is good as well, and no kill for him.
It's a nice try on the smoke from the T side. It makes sure he can hold the angle longer, because any molly is unlikely to flush him out from that position. Unable to get the opener they were looking for. I like the idea from Renegades, though, because if you are going to come back here, you kind of need some rounds where you just get an early kill, get a couple of quicker round wins early, and get yourselves back into it. So, nice idea. Not successful. Now we need to see what plan B is.
Simple. Often in the short ledge with the setup of Electronic out to his right side, and you can see why it's so effective, right? Electronic is there for the second peak. When Simple misses the shot, rings one out, they try and chase after him, knowing the AWP is likely to have fallen off, and because of that, the rifle's waiting for them. And the kill goes Navi's way. Renegades do get short control. Navi will give it to them, but other than that, Renegades have really got to dig deep because they haven't got a round short. They haven't really gone deep in towards A. They've got to drop back. Looks like the B play is on the cards here for the Renegades. Malta trying to make this lurk style work again on Dust 2. He finds so much impact on Inferno. I don't know if he's going to be able to do the same kind of impact over on Dust 2, but he's trying his best. No kill for him. And now they're going into B.
Last smokes used by Renegades into mid. In's trying to make something happen, but into the B site, they don't have any flashes, and that means the hold should be solid. Bit still seeing what he can do from the car. What a shot from Sicko. Mid-air headshot, but they're still so low on health.
Yeah, 1 HP and a shot through the door as well from Simple. It's Alistair left alone with the AWP, 10 HP. He's got to figure out where they are with 3 seconds left. Wants to die before the time, and they're not giving him it. Oh, they're letting him go in after the time, and they've taken him down. Well played from Boomich. You can see the evil little laugh from him. He knows he's left him empty. His bank account is gone.
Really smart play at the end. This shot is not one you're going to see too often, but it's a nice one for Sicko. Doesn't lead to anything, though. Boomich making sure that he gets that player at the end. Really well played by him. Renegades still have money for the buy, eventually figuring out who's going to get what gun.
Yeah, glass cannon there for Alistair as well, but he has got the AWP out. You talked about it over in Inferno, the fact that he is an AWPer who really wants to get that AWP out as much as possible. In this kind of round, you'd see some AWPers go to the rifle, but Alistair wants the AWP. Another heavy B play.
Yeah, back to B.
And Perfecto's going to try and hold it. He's got the flash hoodie. It goes out. First kill's his. And Malta's got the trade kill. And Perfecto's gone down. Malta in with another one. A great double kill. He looks for the AK and he's picked it up. 4 versus 3. Now they've got to really pull off the retake here. With the bomb down and Renegades deep inside of it with an extra player, it's not looking so good for them. I think Navi realized that. Probably best just saving what they've got. Not enough money in the bank accounts to really warrant a retake attempt here. And they're just going to save everything they've got.
The only way you attempt that retake is if you have some mollies. That gives you the chance for an early kill, which then could make the retake more viable. But even with some smokes, there are so many close angles you can't flash out that you're likely to be chewed up in. So Navi takes the more conservative approach and go ahead and save. Good kills from Malta. He really earns that AK after getting the 2K with the Galil to open up the B-bomb site.
I think Perfecto was a little too confident there as well. I mean, he stuck around that angle for so long. Lula's second kill. He's fighting on 2 fronts there. Malta was not the only player shooting at Perfecto. But Perfecto at least was looking to try and get another before going down to set his team up for that retake attempt and didn't get it done. So Renegades, another great chance for them here to come back into this. It's just a 13-2 half for Navi. He's got an AWP out for Simple still. AKs, Electronic and Boomich wielding those. It doesn't get easy for Renegades. They've got to keep this consistent. Oh.
Long control has been fine for Navi so far throughout this CT side. Oh, nice shot from Simple. Alistair goes for the fight. Unable to get the kill. Simple isn't happy with one. He wants even more, and he gets the shot through the door. Another shot lands. Simple looking for it. He finds a headshot. Simple just taking over right now. Oh, he's going for more, Dinko. He's going for more. Simple's hitting all the headshots with the AWP, and it's gonna be the ace. Simple puts Navi to 15. He just fights everyone.
I don't know what you can do to deal with Simple when he's decided it's his round. He eats them up one by one, shots through the door. When they're not peeking into him, he goes and finds his prey, hunts them down, stalks them, and gets all of the kills. Navi given map point in a spectacular fashion. Simple is an absolute monster, continues to show why he's the best player in the world. And Renegades, you can't do much about that. They've just got to sit back and tip their hats to it, because that is just something to marvel at. Every one of these shots, just hunting them down, goes deeper into middle and knew exactly where to find his 5th.
3 headshots with the AWP in the ace. Crazy stuff from Simple. That second one was the pick of the bunch though. Flicking up through the door for the wallbang headshot. My God. I didn't expect him to just keep fighting, but I guess I should have, because Simple's been in the mood all day. He just wants to carry his team to a win right now. I think he might have done it with that round.
No, Renegades going heavy towards B. They've done this a few times. Utility going in towards the site, but they're not going with it. Instead, they're going to drop back quickly into middle, and this is very quickly into middle. Electronics trying to hold from CT, but it's Simple. No kills for anybody else. Simple wants them all. Finally, Bit getting involved, and he's not going to be able to follow it up. Luckily, Electronic through the smoke is stuck and has to fight and gets away with it. Final bullet for the headshot, and now Inz is left alone. 9 HP between him and 3 players of Navi. He's going to peek, and Simple takes him down. What a way to close out the first and second map. We're coming back with a third, but before that, we have to break down this map on Dust 2.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Navi decide to show up in Cologne, and they take Dust 2 in convincing fashion. Simple took over the server with some ridiculous plays. That is to close. That was just ridiculous in the penultimate round. I'm joined by Hawker to break this one down. I think the Renegades, they started off strong. I mean, they had a couple of rounds. They were looking to try and take the fight to Navi, but eventually it was just too much to handle.
Yeah, Simple's just in the mood today, knows that he needs to do a good bit of work for Navi to go ahead and get themselves these wins, and well, he definitely did towards the end there. But Electronic right there alongside him, Bit having a good performance all positive signs for Navi right now.
Yeah, definitely all positive, especially after that loss on map number 1. You want a statement like that, you want a performance like that on Dust 2, but we did expect that coming into the second map of the series, and I'm sure Renegades will have as well. You know, when you're looking at Dust 2 up against Navi, it's very difficult to be able to compete on the same level. So heading into Nuke, this is where we have seen some good Counter-Strike out of the Renegades. We know they can bring another level here, but now you've got the individuals warmed up for Navi. It's going to be more difficult than it was in Inferno. I think they started slow on Inferno for Navi. Now they're here to play, and you've got to deal with that. So we got to see some next level performance coming out from Renegades on this final map.
And in case you thought the Dust 2 was going to be hard to deal with simple, now you get Nuke, which is his highest rated map. 1.42 rating in the last 6 months on Nuke. Just ridiculous what he can do, especially on that CT side. His ability to rotate and have impact all across the map is crazy. So it's not going to get much easier for Renegades in that sense, but Navi there on Dust 2. A lot of things to like, a lot of rounds where just their individuals were playing really well, which is a lot of what Dust 2 comes down to these days. So very good signs for Navi, and just the mood in the camp looks so much better after that win. They look so much more relaxed. It looked like they were having fun.
Well, Navi having fun, and Renegades looking to spoil their fun as we head into the final map of the day here on the B stream. It's Nuke coming up. Will Renegades get it done, and will Navi finish with a win? Find out after the break.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big 3 attempts, every single one, from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Future Pros, Nuke is one of my favorite maps. So today I'll show you a powerful fast A flash Glaive often throws for Astralis. This flash works wonders for a hut rush. Communicate to your team you have a god flash and politely ask them to rush hut. First things first, break out the window on this skylight. To throw this flash, climb the ladder. When you're at the top, aim to this section of the dome. Run forward and throw the flash while you're running against the vent. As you can see from Twist POV, he gets completely flashed. This should allow your team to get a practically free kill while entering the site through hut. Good luck and happy flashing.
Oh, wait, it's live. It's not live.
Should we record?
One of these trains.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Can you die from the map?
The player marking overall. Oh! Yeah, you can.
Oh.
You can.
You can?
Yeah, I died. Yeah.
How do you die? How do you die? Like, if you get hit by something or what? See you, Flames?
Staying further. Ourselves time.
Wait, Ansu, what?
We don't need to record, right?
No.
Oh!
Can maybe restart again? I played last day.
No, we're live.
Bro, I liked.
What? Flames?
What is this? What the fuck? I'm swimming in sharks.
Stop swimming. I'll mute you. Middle.
Nice Flames.
He's stacked. Low.
Nice Flames.
What?
Have
you been practicing with that or what?
Yeah, man, I'm pulling that in practice, left and right. So...
Fuck, I didn't see.
Oh,
okay.
You fixed the
we need restart then, we need restart.
No. Oh, restart not.
Easy.
Nice.
Speedy McQueen on steroids, man.
Nice, Bjorn.
Can you buy nades as well, huh?
Oh, wait, what's happening?
I'm spawning in lasers and...
Oh, what?
And fucking gun bins.
Left side, bro.
Yeah, your mom.
That one there was a violation.
That one
I saw you, bro. Bro, this fucking thing. Scary. Wait, are you buying nails now? Pussies.
I want to stop that.
Man, then you have to die here.
You're gonna die by the wall? Ooh.
Oh, when it scared me.
What? Left over there. Yeah.
Like, be there as the team again, and it doesn't really matter.
What score do we play to? What score? 8? Oh.
8?
It's done with that.
No, you're Viper.
Proactively in all different kinds of ways. The opponents for ourselves, and
Can you shut up?
come off gun space.
I'm telling you to.
Come on.
Oh! You have no more ping than me, man. Don't wait.
Nicola, go up. Fast. Did you buy armor?
Yeah, of course. Always.
Bait me, bro.
Spawn.
He's low, nice.
Fuck.
Mantu, let's go, man. The glasses. Mantu, can you give me the glasses on that? On that map now? Yeah, my eye infection, it needs to be covered. Okay, now we choose weapons, right?
It's the final map of the day here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's the first day of the main event, and Navi have lost a map, but they've bounced back very quickly on Dust 2 amid a real statement, because Simple is showing up to another level. We're heading into Nuke, his highest rated map, and this is getting scary now for the Renegades.
It is getting super scary for Renegades. You see that performance from Navi, not just Electronic playing well, but even Simple coming through with some vintage plays at the end there. This could be a map where Simple takes over even more, but Renegades did do well on this map against OG. They got the win. This is a map they've had more playtime on at this event. They've had a bit of chance to practice and warm up on it. Let's hope that is enough to make it a competitive one.
And Bit was playing much better coming into Dust 2 as well, and that's certainly important for Navi because he was playing quite quietly on Inferno, didn't have the same level of impact, but we're heading into this one. Nuke is the final map of the day here. And Navi, they're certainly showing up now to the server, and Renegades, they've got their work cut out for them. But what we said was Dust 2 was always going to be a difficult battle for them, and I think the Renegades will have known that. It's all about using their team play to combat the skill that Navi brings to the server, and Renegades, luckily, have had amazing team play the whole way through the play-in and now into the main event. We'll see if they can do it here on Nuke. Starting on the CT side, it's going to be the Renegades, and Navi putting some utility straight away towards the A side. In fact, they're sending players close to it, but they haven't exploded through.
Oh, Hats picks up an early kill in the pistol.
Oh,
Sicko with a stunning shot of his own. He's going to go ahead and back away. Perfecto finally finds one back for Navi.
Drawing a kill back, incredibly important, but Electronic nearly loses it just as quickly. And now two players down on the B-bomb site. Sicko, he's going to worry about that. They come over the top. Perfecto's going to check it. Headshot in, and now a 3v3. Simple bursts open the window, and he's the bomb carrier. He's sending the bomb down in the double doors. Perfecto's going to close it the other way open, and they just completely wrap him. Really well played there for Navi to get that kill back. Now Hats and Malta, finally, they've eliminated Electronic. Simple and Perfecto now, the duo that have to try and win out the round. Simple's going to go first, going in with a USP. Malta, Sportsman coming out, but hasn't been able to do much about it. Just staying alive, allowing his teammate Hats to get into a better position. He's down the vent, now running, trying to get in from the other side. Bomb has been planted here for Navi, and now Simple's gone back into Decon. He's starting his wraparound. Malta cannot land any of the shots. Awkward jaws inside of the B-bomb site. And Simple's got around to the double door. It's wide open right now. Defuse starting to come through. It's tapped once. And Malta, he's low and he's gone down. Simple's found him. Just Hats left alone. Inside of the site, door being played with right now, allowing Hats just to try and get into the site. Perfecto's playing with his food right now. Simple at the other side, just stretching him thin, and Hats goes forward and he gets knifed. Shines straight in the chest, and it's Navi winning the pistol.
Little headbutt at the end there between Perfecto and Simple. Those two are so happy with that round because they got all the kills between them and they played it so brilliantly between them, using those doors to get so many of the kills in these rounds. There's the first one for Perfecto, drops down for the second, and then at this point Perfecto just starts running distraction, knife at the end, swinging that door open and closed. He knows it's so hard for that USP to fire out that door. It doesn't have many bullets, so if it tries to make a hole in the door, it's going to be low on ammo. It's just a brilliantly played round, but Sicko lands a brilliant shot to begin with. Looks for a second, he makes it work on the D and gives Renegades an early man advantage.
Renegades have won a few of these rounds. They brought a couple close too. Navi need to respect this kind of purchase from the Renegades. They're going to smoke out the control room window. Malta going to break the windows open himself. He's trying to play the mind games of where he could be. But Navi slowing this one down, not rushing into anything. Now they'll eventually start their walk into the B-bomb site via the rafters. Malta might just spot the angle, but Bit is seeing him first. No kill though for Bit. The MAC-10 goes down, and now Malta nearly getting away with a second onto Simple. But the rifles come in, and it's got another one. Simple's found Alistair. Bomb tapped on the floor. Hats and Ins, 2 versus 2. No kit on the back of them, but they have got a little bit of utility. And the UMP of Hats might just be able to do something. But Electronic and Simple are just biding their time. They're not wanting this to go the other way. No mistakes can come through. Simple's covering off his teammate, but Electronic waits. He knows the doorways are open. He goes for the plant now. Planted for Simple in the post plant. And Electronic stays alive. Simple giving away his position. Electronic finding a better one. The smoke has gone down. Electronic's going to play in it. He's going to sit inside of the smoke that was thrown to him from the CT side. Simple's just clearing out the vent, starting his flank through. And the Renegades, they don't have too much time left, and that smoke's starting to fade away. Electronic getting tagged through it. Simple's found the headshot. And now just ends up on top of Rafters. Absolutely no chance he wins this round now with that time. It's all about just trying to get a kill at this point. He will do that on the Electronic. And she's going to go through as well. He's going to try and go back to the bomb to try and pull Simple into the open, and he will. And Simple will find his 4th kill of the round. Navi 2-0 up.
Simple off to a strong start again. And Navi making that important call to just slow things down, calm it down after the initial ramp rush. They lose 2 players and they realize they can't afford to go in further without having some good spacing on the trades. I was a little concerned when Bit went so far forwards with the MAC-10. The spacing there didn't seem great. The AK took a while to be able to follow up the SMG going in initially to the B site. But eventually Simple was able to force the trade kills and get his team the round. And now Boomich is going to punish these USPs with this MAC-10. Nice kill up.
Great money maker, but he's eventually taken down by Malta's P250. And Simple, I think he just spotted a bit of ins, and he looked up to heaven as soon as he did that to peek out the CT vent. But luckily, Electronic and Simple taking those kills very easily indeed. And now it's Sicko left alone. Zeus goes into lobby. Trying to get something out of this. He's trying to be a little nuisance, but he's being spammed down. They're aware of his position, and Bit will find him in the end. 3-0 for Navi. A great start into Nuke, and Renegades really got to dig deep now. They've got to start winning gun rounds immediately. They had a good start in Inferno. It allowed them to get the ball rolling, but here on Nuke, they've got to steal the ball away from Navi.
Something I do love about buying that Zeus is just how it can bring the mood of the team up a bit. Saw Sicko laughing at the end there like, oh, I tried to get him with the Zeus, guys. All right, let's get back into the gun rounds. Let's go ahead and stay positive heading into the rifle rounds. Alistair has the AWP. Inns will be playing Yard on this CT side. This is a chance for him to show us how he can outbrain his opponents. Alistair has a huge gap in this smoke. That's an easy shot even while blind.
That smoke execute was terrible. Massive gap allows the kill. Renegades with a man advantage because of that. Wasn't even difficult for them to find it. Navi just slowing the play down again. They're willing to do this. They've shown it before, and they can work the round in their favor. But for Renegades, a fantastic start. The best chance to win the round is getting this man advantage. This ramp room setup is going to be difficult to deal with if Navi decide to go that way. They've got 2 players in there for the CT side. Perfecto's just jumping around, seeing if he can spot anything, but it looks like they want to try and pressure in towards the A bomb site. Defense currently stands here as Hats and Malta up in heaven. Hats just outside of the hut. Inns is quick to reply as well if needed. He can come in towards main and help them out, but it's the outside play here for Navi to start to come through. Boomich has got in. He's got in behind, and Inns is down, and that's going to allow the trade kill to go in favor of Navi, down to 4v4. And with 38 seconds left, the B play looks to be coming through, leaving Simple as the late lurk on the other side of the map.
And there's no response from Renegades. No one has rotated down to that lower site. They're not even going to see these players pushing the site before it's too late.
And even if they try and rotate quickly down vent, Simple's here. And he's going to find an easy headshot onto Hats. Is he ready for Alistair? He will be, but Alistair still takes the kill down. Bits found a headshot though. Alistair and Malta, the only 2 remaining players, and 14 seconds left. Bomb plants finally starts to come through here for Navi. They'll secure the plant. Alistair has come down with the AWP. They're looking at Decon. Door's going to swing wide open, and Perfecto had the perfect position to deal with that. Malta runs away. Nothing he can do here. Navi slow it down again and recover the round.
It looked like Sicko was trying to focus on ramp initially to make sure it wasn't a split towards that B site. He was hoping he could maybe find that lurking player. But as you said, Simple was just looking to cut off the rotations. Did so fairly effectively, getting the 1 kill. And then you saw Sicko's dead body there on the B site was completely out in the open, just in front of those decon windows. So it goes to show that he arrived really late to that B site. Navi was so far up that they were able to catch him as he tried to get into a better position. That now puts Navi 4-0 up. And those rotations on Nuke are incredibly important. You need to know how you're responding when you lose that yard control. When Navi get down secret, you need to know exactly what you're going to do to stop that B-site play from happening. So hopefully Renegades can get that figured out in the future. Unlikely to come into play in this round, though, because they only have the 1 saved rifle.
Navi sending players deep outside and straight down secret. Electronic has had a very quick start to the round. I think they're really trying to test the rotations of Renegades because there was none in the previous.
IN's heard them though, so they're actually stacking a fair few players down on this B site.
Bomb hasn't committed down though for Navi. It's just 2 players. And Malta is going to be staying on the stairway. Smoke goes in to try and keep them back, and I think Navi will realize, okay, they have rotated players down, and now the aggression into ramp has not worked out at all for the Renegades. Perfecto has found that kill. Now, because the M4 actually rings out there, that's good information for Navi. They know where one of these better weapons will be.
Decent response from Hats to get into Hut, being in an advanced angle where the D can definitely do a lot of damage with some body shots. Now Renegades are starting to rotate back up. They'll look for this fight against Perfecto. Hats could also join them with the Hut aggression, and Perfecto's been caught off guard.
Well, the premium rifle getting it done, and now Hats sees a window of opportunity to get in while they're distracted. Oh, you need to land a couple of those shots. Hats goes down a bit. Simple's found a kill as well. And suddenly it is In's Digo that needs to do it all, and he cannot do it. Bit with a headshot. Sicko left alone. M4 in towards ramp room. Simple spotted him, and because of that, it's not too long. You know, your life expectancy goes down quite quickly when Simple sees you without you really having much say about it. So 5-0, Navi up. Flawless beginning here on Nuke. And for Renegades, it's very frustrating to be in these situations where you've had a couple of gun rounds now, you've had a couple of these closer rounds with the weaker weapons. Now you have to win a round.
It's a really nice idea in that round from Renegades, though. I love the attempt of getting that Hut aggression at the right time. You know if you get that kill onto the ramp player, you've got a chance of the Navi players trying to fill that gap and catching them in the side. Here comes the buyback for Renegades, though, and as you pointed out, they've got to get going here. They've got full orbs, and wow, what a shot from him, straight through the smoke. But it's into a 4v4 because Bit got an early kill out onto A.
Yeah, 2 smoke kills in quick succession. 1 for either side. Equalities are all about here, and Hats has got another smoke kill. No one's seen each other, and yet there's 3 kills already.
Well, finally, Hats sees Bit. That's another kill in favor of Renegades, but Boomich's play has to be one that gets them into this round. It's a 2v4, and if he gets in behind them, maybe there's still a chance for Navi to get something going here.
Oh boy, Boomich. Easy kill. This should have been easy, but he only gets the one. He only gets away with the second because the transfer actually looked pretty good, but didn't end up connecting, and Perfecto is now left alone in the clutch. 1 versus 3 in total. Gonna be a perfect 3K. He's found 1, down to 1. Now Hats and Alistair should be taking this one for Renegades. This is a golden opportunity to finally be back on the board. Finally get around here on Nuke. Perfecto sees a window of opportunity to get down into B. He's going to sprint down. A quick rotation did start to come through, but Perfecto uses the Molotov into double doors. That should confirm the plant in his eyes, but a smoke has gone down onto the Molotov, and a fake door swing as well is going to confirm the denial of the bomb plant. Perfecto is being delayed. Plant starts to come through. Alistair opens the door, but he's not running with it, and Perfecto has to stick to the plant. He's looking for the kill, and he has to be worried about decon and double door because he opened the decon door. So he's going to look at it. No peek yet for Renegades. But again, just 1 HP right now on Perfecto. Utility and itchy left, and the kill for Perfecto comes in. Can he get the second? He can't. It's the low HP that cost him in the end because 1 stray bullet through the box is enough for Renegades to get that first round.
Really nice try from Perfecto, putting himself in that position where he has the chance to take an angle where it's much more likely he can get those headshots. Behind that box, mainly just allowing the head to be shown. But as you said, just 1 shot through the box would deal with him. Some of these early kills coming in through the smokes, but that kill onto Bit was really the one that turned the tides. You see at the end there, so unfortunate for Perfecto, who had to just go ahead and try to take the fights. And after just 1 round loss, Navi are not happy. They're taking a timeout.
To stop any hype that the Renegades might have, they do have an advantage. Unfortunately, Navi were playing the RMR event, so couldn't come over and straight away head into the studio land. They're going to have to play from their quarantine setup inside of the hotel. And so Renegades do have that advantage in terms of having the emotion across the board, right? Everybody playing in the same studio setup, everybody right beside each other, shoulder to shoulder. Navi don't quite have that. So I think it's a good call here to try and minimize that advantage that Renegades would have by cooling down the game again, taking the sting out of that first round win. We get round 7 going. It's Navi that are leading the way still, and a bye for both teams comes in. So Renegades, yes, it's brilliant they win their first round, but now they have to try and make it consistent. It was a 4K from Hats. We'll see if they can start winning on a more consistent basis, and that's not a good start.
Simple snuffs out the early aggression, I should say. Oh, another smoke kill from ENG. That all doing good work in some of those yard fights. Simple is still having a superb performance though. 12 kills so far from the first 7 rounds. Navi continue to wait in towards lobby, but Simple is still searching for another entry. He's not happy with just the one.
He's not at all. And Simple starts to think about getting out in towards Hut, trying to put pressure on the A fight. Hats is going to get up in towards top Hut, and ENG is going to double up with him. This double Hut setup can usually be so strong, but they're just using it to get the boosted player up into the rafters again. And ENG is going to look in towards Heaven. They're aware right now that outside is completely Navi's to play with, and Alistair tried to gain some control back in the round. He couldn't get anything out of the aggressive play into ramp room. And now the play for Navi starts to come through into the A side. Boomich and Electronic hitting the shots. Headshots galore right now for Navi. ENG and Alistair, no other option. They've got to save their weapons. You're not winning this 2v4.
Not meant to be for them.
It's a real long smoke. Navi helping them out. There you go, there's a smoke to play with.
All the way back. Good explosive play from Navi. This was what we were scared of for the Renegade side. Navi just starting to take over individually. Explosive plays coming through from them. You have to show an ability to stop those A plays from happening. If you lose the site that quickly in these rounds, you aren't going to find much success, and you're not going to find much success when Simple's landing shots like that. Alistair out of there. ENG will get one, but he'll get traded by Electronic. They hunt everyone down, and that will limit Renegades into this upcoming round.
Yeah, it really ends any hopes, really, of a round, because they had some money available. Hats had 4K, nearly 5K here on ENG. You could have got something out of this if you're the Renegades, if you save a couple of those weapons, but with the elimination of everything, they are now down once again to Deagles and MP9s. Alistair will save his money because he wants an AWP. Navi are primed and ready for a 7th, and that is the issue for Renegades. You've got to start winning rounds consistently. You can't just have a one and done. You've got to start stringing them together. And ENG's aggression gets away with a kill. I thought for a second Boomich got to safety, but luckily ENG still comes out with a kill. Electronic going for his best jump shot impression, but it's not going to work out, and ENG takes him down as well. Really good stuff from the MP9, and the Deagle landing damage, but not the kill. Simple and Bit getting those kills back. Some aggression from Renegades in towards lobby has not worked out for them at all. And Navi have it back into the 3v3. There still is an AK in the hands of ENG though.
And ENG is coming down to B, getting ahead of the game with the AK. Unable to get that early kill though. Now he's been smoked, and he somehow gets that kill onto Simple.
ENG is down now. He's got a chance. 3 kills already. Perfecto's low in HP. Bit gets the bomb planted. As the 2 newer additions to the team here for Navi, they have to try and figure out the clutch versus the weaker weapons. Still certainly at the advantage having 2 AKs in play, because Renegades have not been able to pick up any other weapons other than that single AK, but now that's changed. Hats has found another rifle. This gets more difficult for Navi, but they don't have utility on the CT side. They don't have a kit, and the positions of Navi are strong, and Renegades are really letting the time run. They finally go into the site. Now they're getting on the defuse. Hats has got the kill. Bit with 1. Defuse still coming through right now from Alistair. Bit's got to run around the corner. The bomb's not planted for him. There's enough bodyguards, and the defuse is stolen away. Bit gets every kill, but it's too little too late, and Renegades find the round.
Renegades giving their lives for the cause at the end there, fighting till the bitter end. And this play from ENG is what opens it up. He'd been getting some yard kills previously. He'd been doing well in this position, but this time he goes aggressive. And how does Simple not get that kill? He's in such an unexpected angle. It looked like it was set up for him, but ENG goes ahead and turns it round.
And he's been quiet, right? He's really not been getting involved over the last 2 maps, and that is a round that can spark something in him. Ignite the fire that we know ENG can bring. And now Renegades once again have an opportunity to get into this first half. You know, yes, it's beautiful they win that round. It's great that they're back on the board, but it's an opportunity in the end to try and get back into things, get the rounds going. You can't afford to have a flash in the pan, which is often Navi's specialty overall with results, but I think against the Renegades, they're feeling a little bit more comfortable. They can get this reply, put them up 7-2 and break down the spirits and the money of Renegades. Important round here.
Electronic got down Secret early, so INS has had to preemptively play down towards B. And controlling that yard position on the CT side is a great way of limiting your opponent's options, but they haven't been able to do that in this round. And now Navi look like they're setting up some nades into this A bomb site. Perfecto has a molly in hand, so does Simple. One more smoke towards yard as Electronic creeps up close.
Electronic with the AK is about to go around the corner into 2 CTs, and he gets away with 1. Quick reply from Malta, but they know where he is now, and that's going to allow Buic to get the kill. Alistair with a missed shot. Unorthodox to see him miss that. He's going to go back again and miss once more. Not missed, but Perfecto is not down. It wasn't enough damage done. And Alistair takes some damage, and that's enough to scare them away. It's so unfortunate to see Renegades in these situations. You get a round win, but you just can't double it up. You can't turn it into consistent success. Navi are relentless in getting those rounds back.
We saw that same setup yesterday for Renegades against OG work really well and get them into a position where they were able to go ahead and use that bait and switch. But Navi have the player coming in from main, coming in from yard, which means they spot out both those players early. And you do wonder if Navi have seen some of those setups that Renegades were running in that game against OG. Maybe they have taken note of some of the tricks that Renegades have up their sleeve. So it's not too common to have 2 players stacked in main like that. But Navi were aware of it with the wraparound from Electronic. And Simple is still showing us why he's the best nuke player in the world. 14 for 3. So hard to stop him on this map.
First timeout for the Renegades. I think when you've had 2 opportunities to get back into the first half and none of them have reaped the rewards of the follow-ups, I think it's time for your coach to step in. Have a little chat to the team, get them fired up again, maybe get them some ideas. Maybe he's been seeing something over the past couple of rounds that they could fix.
It might be time to take a bit more initiative. I think INS could maybe continue to play slightly more aggressive on yard, because Navi are getting a lot of pressure from that position very early in these rounds. So if he could maybe get a kill early, play behind red, get a bit more aggressive, even just getting into Secret early could be a nice way of limiting those options that Navi have, because that's part of the reason why Renegades are so lost in that round. They're not that ready for the wrap from yard because they're losing so much map control. So it could be nice to get that control in this one, and we are seeing the aggression.
Quicker plays, and Alistair trying to get a peek down into doorway, but the smokes are just everywhere right now. Navi have gone for a full execute towards outside, and that usually allows Electronic into mid, and he's going to find himself a chance here. A huge opening, but INS spots him. Rifle takes down the first kill. Hats has found the follow-up. This is a really good round here for Renegades. They're finding all the kills, and Perfecto finally getting 1, but it is just 1 on the spam to the hut. And this is still going to be a 4 versus 2. So much success found for the Renegades, but Simple's got the ramp, and he's spotted. He's spotted without a kill, and Simple now thinks about dropping down into the B-bomb site. There has been a rotation of 1 player down here. It's INS who's already made it down to B. Simple will not be able to plant the bomb comfortably, especially because INS is going up into the window room. Simple is waiting for that peek, and Simple has the right read. He's got the kill as well. He'll now go for the bomb plant. 2 versus 4 in total, but now a 2v3.
And Simple and Perfecto won that pistol round between them. They could be on to do it again in this one.
They have a way with working that B-bomb site in the clutch. Alistair, Sicko, and Hats. They're going to need the mob mentality to pull Simple out of the round. 3 players coming in towards his crosshair. Wow. It's worked out. Teamwork, taking down Simple, and now just Perfecto. 1 versus 2. A bomb is ticking, is planted for him, and Perfecto's got 1. Turned it into the 1v1. He hasn't got utility, but he's got bullets in his gun, and that can be enough. He's looking for the headshots, couldn't quite line it up, but he's keeping Hats off the defuse, and that time is ticking. Again, it's Perfecto and Simple pulling off the clutch. For the best duo in Counter-Strike in terms of that right now, in terms of the first 2 rounds here. This has been really cool to see. The pistol and that follow-up, Simple and Perfecto making a real meal out of these rounds for Renegades.
The two players with the highest clutch round percentage on this Navi roster combine to win this one. I think Simple was itching his nose when he took that fight, but he still got it. And that headshot was unreal. Insta-kill had to come through because Renegades themselves were fast on the trigger. And still, Simple gets the one kill to give Perfecto a good chance in the clutch. Perfecto delivers. Navi up 8-2, but losing two players early to the one rifle that Renegades have.
Oh, Simple. He's got the kill back though. Through the smoke. Bit nearly does it as well. Inz is going to survive in just 15 HP, so gets in behind the CT vent for cover. And now they can take a breath. Navi's still down a player, but Renegades need to win the round.
We might need to see another Simple special hit. Another Simple masterclass of a round. Molly denies Malta, so that Simple can go further forwards. Does now have to be aware of this potential flank. Perfecto's watching it for him though. Oh, this is a nice angle. Just get that earlier bit of information with the extra elevation. 45 seconds left and Simple starts to wrap round.
Getting into heaven. It's a good position for him. 35 seconds left. Simple has got a good position now to really break the backs of the defense. Good headshot, Hats. He knows he has to worry about heaven as well. He's going to look up there and just about missing out on the kill on Simple, but Sicko's got it behind. Simple's just killed himself. He's jumped off the top of heaven right to his demise. Denying Sicko the kill, and in doing so, turning it into a 2v2. Malta sprays to the smoke. Bomb's been planted here for Navi. Oh, one bullet left in the chamber, but a kill comes in. Once again, it is Perfecto in the clutch. 1 versus 2, tapping away onto Sicko. They know where he is towards the back of the site, but he's won one of these rounds already. Another 1v2 up the sleeve for Perfecto, and he's got it down just to the Glock, pulls it out. Sicko's run out of ammo, and Perfecto now switches to the burst fire. Sicko trying to find him, dancing around the site. Perfecto playing with his food, but Sicko, he bites back, and it's going to be Renegades sticking the defuse for the round win. It's been close, and again, another 1v2 having to come down. He's going to hold it right through for the defuse and get it in. 3 rounds for Renegades. Perfecto just about missing out on back-to-back 1 versus 2s.
The only thing that can stop Simple right now is himself. He's a generous god, giving them a chance as he falls to his death. I really don't know what he's thinking there, because he must know he's low, and it didn't even look like he was trying to break his fall. But either way, Navi still come close to the round. Renegades, though, will take everything they can get right now. 3rd round win for them. Wasn't clean, wasn't pretty, but it's the round win for Renegades. Now they've got to prove they could do it in these proper gun rounds. Full AKs out for Navi. Again, they're not going for the AWPs. Happy with the rifles. And this yard play continues to be successful for the Navi side. Alistair hasn't had much success.
He has not. 2-10, but this might change now. He's in a very difficult spot with that AWP. Elsewhere, his teammate's gone down. So more pressure on Alistair. And he's got the kill because of it. That's going to force Navi away. They're going to leave that position, and Bit elsewhere has got another kill. Alistair knows he has to go and try and fight, and he's done it. Aggressive stance and a kill onto Perfecto. He's keeping him in the round, and Electronic flick up, headshot onto Hats. And that's what we talk about when we talk about Electronic. That aim just coming through. Sicko gets aggressive into ramp, and he's found Bit. 2v2 again. These rounds are coming close, and it's Boomich this time in the 1v2. Can Renegades get it over the line? It's a best of 3 with 1v2s here. Let's see if Navi can get the 2-1. It's Boomich this time, tasked with it. He'll go into lobby, bomb planted for him. For the Renegades this time, they have some utility. That Molotov might just come back to bite them, but it's on Alistair, and he might go down. Perfecto. Oh, should I say, Boomich has found the kill first. Now looking for the 1v1. Sicko at the back of the site, and it's going to be Boomich easily picking up the clutch. They were just separated into the 2 1v1s.
It just goes exactly as Boomich would want it there. The first player is coming up through the vents. That's an easy kill for him. And then the nade combined with the spray to the chest. Both land at almost the same time. It's exactly how he would have envisioned it. A couple of body shots is all he needs thanks to the nade damage. The full gun rounds have been fairly one-sided here. Renegades have only really won rounds that have become super scrappy. That one was extended all across the map. Sicko again going for yard aggression. We've seen this work previously for Renegades. He's tucked into the corner while Simple looks for a fight, but Inns hits him with a wallbang headshot.
Really nice shot from Inns, and this aggression from Sicko towards outside, really trying to make it work, and he's found a headshot quick on Boomich. He's starting to run out of ammo, and because of the Molotov, he runs out of health as well. 4v3, still favoring the Renegades in terms of player count, but you certainly can't count out the advantage of the weaponry that Navi currently have. 3 AK still in play. Only 1 for Renegades. If they can eliminate Inns quickly, that would open up an opportunity down to the B-bomb site. Inns is trying to have a bit of an off angle, try and get a body shot off before getting taken out. Navi aren't even going towards him. Instead, they go back to A.
Not too many nades left for them either. Now Bits going in towards ramp with the bomb. Got to be careful you don't give that away. So he comes back to join his teammates. And these are some very awkward angles to clear.
Yeah, these pistols, choosing their angles wisely, trying to make the most out of the weaker weapons. They're going to try and set up this AK, which is currently inside of the A bomb site, looking to defend as Alistair up in the rafters, but look at that from Navi. They went right down the vent. Perfectus cut off the rotation as well. This is really well played for Navi. Hats and Alistair in a 2 versus 3, bomb down on the other side of the map. That's a brilliant round, that brilliant call from Navi, and executed to perfection.
Beautifully done to bypass those annoying angles, those close quarters fights. You take the risk that someone's not just sitting down the vents, because it's so uncommon that someone would just be sitting there waiting for you. It's much more likely they'll be stacked in those awkward angles on A, maybe one man on B. As you pointed out, Perfecto's position was great to cut off the rotation. Navi up to 10. And looking great right now on Nuke.
Yeah, all the worries of Inferno are long behind them. Great show again from the Renegades, but I think they've met their match now. Navi taking over the server. Much more composed, clicking together. I think it's a very slow start into the game, but once everybody does get comfortable, everybody starts fragging again, and just a smooth system for Navi right now. A couple of close rounds they probably would have liked to have won more convincingly. With these 2v1s and clutches having to come in, but for the most part, it's been good from them. And the Renegades looking to scrap together 2 more in this half. 10-5 half scenario is the best case for the Renegades. They're trying to fight outside. They're not letting Navi have it so easily, but with those smokes up, there's not much you can do. And Electronic will get down into secret. Oh, just missed the timing there. Inns gets into it just as the smoke fades away. Alistair as well getting a kill. This time on the Electronic, and that's going to be the opening. Renegades have been given the man advantage. And Navi, again, still have time left, and they've shown a willingness to slow down the rounds.
It's been nice to see Alistair getting more confident and getting more aggressive on these yard fights, and now Malta in the perfect position for a freebie onto Boomich. It may just have to be a ramp play from Navi. They don't have many options left now. They don't have much map control, so they're going to take the risk.
Yeah, smoking from Sicko as well has turned it into a 1v1 fight up against Bit. And that's going to force Simple and Perfecto into the clutch again. Can they do it one more time? They've been the clutch duo so far. And there's the first for Simple. Hats is on top of the hut. Does Simple try and get out towards the A side, or do they drop down into B again? This time they have a player in the vent for Renegades. Malta's down there. Simple doesn't care. He's going to walk into the A side. Hats is up on top of hut. They need to kill quickly, and Simple can't get it. Perfecto goes down as well. And Renegades get the round.
Really important that they're getting some aggression or some fights towards yard now. I was saying it previously, it was opening up so many options for Navi. It was making Renegades not be in control of a lot of those scenarios. So seeing Alistair get that first kill onto Electronic, seeing Malta down secret ahead of time to make sure those yard players couldn't get all that ground and couldn't make Renegades uncomfortable has been very important, and now Alistair's feeling it. He's going for a pick.
Oh, he's going quickly towards red, but Electronic's already up and he's killed his teammate. Quick shot from Alistair. Needed to avenge his teammate, and another one for Alistair. Just stays in and around these smokes. He's causing chaos for Navi. Bomb's been dropped, and now it's a recovery mission, and Alistair's feeling himself. He's going again, but Perfecto has taken him down. Even after all those sick fights and sick shots, it's still a 3v3. Malta spots that one down the lower site. He's got to figure out how to deal with Boomich, but in the meantime, Simple's pushed up deep into Garage. Navi have some control across the map, and that is worrying now for Renegades. You just have to assume they're everywhere.
Malta's trying to figure it out, and he's heard the window being broken, but he tries to get past Boomich. They might not expect him to come up, but Simple's already got into heaven. This is so weird.
Oh, Perfecto's at Garage as well. Malta, that's the bomb on his right side. Perfecto, he's going to see him first. Surely he finds one in a second. Hats and Malta both reveal themselves, and Perfecto takes them down. Sicko into the 1v3. Og against Boomich, Perfecto, and Simple. Last round of this first half, he's got to go for it. Will he be able to pull it off? That's another question. And likely, the answer will be no. Simple at heaven for the post plan. Boomich at main, and Sicko is likely to find Boomich. Actually, Boomich is in a CT vent. The X-ray confused me for a moment. Sicko now moves forward. Looking for his pick, and he will spot Simple. Not quick enough, though. Simple with the headshot. 11-4 half for Navi. They're looking to take the first win here at IEM Cologne. We'll find out if they can do it after the break. Navi lead the way convincingly heading into the second half of the last half of the day. It's going to be Navi 11-4 up. Renegades have struggled to keep up with the individual prowess, and the calls from Navi really, Hawker. It's been a great performance out of them. Much more like it in comparison to their first map of and they look to try and close out Nuke.
Pistol round would put them in a great position to do so. Simple's been strong in these pistols all day, and he's already opened up this one.
Electronic as well, trying to get in on the action. Simple taking the bomb down towards outside. Hats and Malta in a 2 versus 5. Hats looking for the pick, but Perfecto will find him. The CSAT and the Itchy come in for the final frags, and Navi, you can't really now for Navi, who are 4 rounds away from victory in the best of 3. One of the stats you were bringing up the other day were Zaiwu obviously is still ahead of Simple as those pistol rounds, so Simple clearly trying to get back up there in terms of the pistol round stats himself.
Definitely got to do it. He outperforms Zaiwu in almost every other stat, so why not go for all of them?
He really wants that #1 player this year.
Absolutely. It's been really nice to watch the way Simple and Perfecto have played together on Nuke. They've been side by side in a lot of moments, doing well together. Alistair there trying to force the issue, but Simple on the CT side of Nuke is not an easy man to beat.
You know, we usually talk about in pre-games about how Electronic and Simple can be the best duo. But it really has been Perfecto and Simple who have been playing really well together. A lot of those clutches, I think Perfecto, when he first came into the team, people were kind of wondering what kind of player he's going to be. And I think very quickly they discovered his ability in those clutches is insane.
Oh, nice shot. That's... might go for more. But this is a clutch that won't be won. Simple runs him down. Got to pad those stats. Why not? Simple is pretty close to 30 at this point.
He's still in his 20s.
Sure. No, not bad, Dinko. That's a good dad joke.
I mean, we're late in the day here. We've got to go for them. Even the Observer's sleepy. Sleepy Carl here all hitting the buttons. We've got lots of Carls up in the studio, don't we?
Sweden. They're all called Carl.
Yeah.
At least in my head.
Carlson. Anyway.
Here come the Eagles and the Glocks into the A-bomb site. FP9 mows them down early. Not much doing in this round for Renegades. They save to make sure they can get at least 1 gun round on their T side.
I'm convinced Bit is camera shy. He's got a GoPro on the top of his head or something. It's just, we've just watched Bit's hair all night.
They got the rifle. They got another shot.
Okay, Alistair starting to step up. This could get a little messy. The timing. Wow. Boomich has looked away, and Alistair's got in below him, but Boomich looks back. The Bulldozer MP9 sweeping him up. And now Inns left alone. Throws the M4 out of the map. Throws the bomb as well. You can can't do that, Inns. You can thank all the matchmaking trolls for that one. Let's go. It's Benjamin Franklin out. Doesn't seem to be happy with $1. Wants to try and get himself a USP. It's not much, but it is certainly better. And in the end, is Boomich that puts him to death. 14-4, 2 rounds away now for Navi, taking the win to open up IEM Cologne for themselves. And obviously, we did get a little bit worried with the performance on the first map, but you know the contenders really are looking like contenders now over the last 2.
It's a shame it was such a slow start for Alistair, because he's really turned it round here.
Yeah.
Up to 11 kills, joint top of the team. He has got the AWP in his hands, a chance to use it. But like you said, Navi's showing us why they are such a top-class team. Simple, going for more plays. You're not going to stop this man right now. He's seeing if he can find a frag, and Electronic with the flash helps him out.
Malta trying to get a kill up towards the top hut. He's spamming through, but didn't result in anything, and now they're going to challenge a ramp, and in doing so, you're going to have to try and battle against Electronic and Bit. Was Electronic and Bit, now just Bit in the corner because Electronic left him, and now comes the play into ramp. Bit has come through with 1, but replacing Electronic is Simple, and I don't know which is more scary right now. Probably Simple with that AWP because he's come out with 1. And Alistair and Malta left alone, trying to get back into the site. Perfecto has been found in the rafters, so a good kill from Malta, that. Still a 2v3, it's still winnable here for them.
Simple has rotated back to door. He's all over the map right now.
His heat map must be insane right now. Simple's going to miss the shot, though, and that does give Malta the angle to post up on. And the flank coming in, though. Look how quick Boomich came in behind. And now it's just Alistair left alone with the AWP. He's got a big clutch ahead of him. Electronic, Boomich, and Simple still alive. 40 seconds left. He at least has the bomb in his back. I guess that's the positive, but getting it near a bomb site is a whole different story. And he has to go through heaven, so he's going to go up silently, climbing the boxes. And now the stairway to heaven. Shout out Led Zeppelin. Now, Alistair trying to fire his way through. Right below him is Boomich, waiting with the AK, and Alistair's going to hit the shot, but Electronic was always waiting just a little bit behind him. It's map and series point for Navi. They've done very well to pull these two maps back, and Nuke is looking so convincing from them.
Solid peek from Simple, flashed in for it, and he rotates back to ramp in time to help his teammates on the hold. No way in for Renegades, and I haven't seen Renegades by many SGs throughout the tournament, so I think they're having a bit of fun here. 3 SGs for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, the Renegades are going to admit this is definitely a little too much of a mountain to climb, so they're going to try and see what they can do. It's Simple getting kills, and now a 30 bomb. Okay, that's disgusting. Finally, he's taken out by Malta, but you cannot stop Simple from his 30 bomb. Last round, he's going to go and get it, isn't he? 30 and 10, brought to you by Renegades. And now it's just Malta left alone. Bomb down in the open. This one's a done deal. Now if you've won the game, and Malta's going to try his best. In fact, it's not a done deal because Malta's still alive, and the Krieg has found a headshot. Has to worry about the possible flank eventually, though, because Bit is in behind him. And Malta's throwing the smoke down. He's gone in behind it as well, trying to tap all these positions. Navi's flank starts to come through, and Malta spotted, and the headshot in from Bit. 16-4 for Navi. Great recovery after the first map loss, but looking really convincing now from the title contenders. We'll be right back after the break to close out the day here at IEM Cologne.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down.
Navi starts slow, but end with a buying. It's a 2-1 win over the Renegades, who did well to find themselves the first map, but Navi towards the end. It's just a simple show. Perfecto, alongside him, was having some incredible clutches, and they close out Nuke in convincing fashion.
Not much of a fight put up by Renegades, sadly, after such a good performance on the first map. We were excited about the prospect of a close series, but at the end here, Navi were just too good for them. Simple especially, showing us why he's the best player in the world on Nuke. A lot of highlight plays from him, a lot of great moments throughout the series. That wasn't one of them.
Yeah, I think you could just scrap the on Nuke and just leave it as the best player in the world. No one's doing this right now. Simple is just looking so hot to trot coming into IEM Cologne, and we're excited to see him perform against some of the better opposition here as well. But breaking this one down, I don't think there's too much we can really look at other than just talking about the extremes that Navi were going to, right? These rounds where they were slowing it down, going for these clutches, winning out a bunch of 2v1s at the beginning. Renegades were playing it somewhat close, but then they decided to close it out, and there was just no close rounds from that point onward.
A lot of rounds where that yard control from Navi was nice, getting a lot of options opened up for them. Renegades were struggling to find that foothold in the game. It started to come for them once they started to fight yard, but it took a long time for that adaptation period to come in. Alistair got a really slow start to the game. Inns was playing yard a lot, so Alistair was unable to get involved in some of those early fights, which was a shame for them because they really could have done with his AWP getting some early kills. It was cool to see him turn it around and start to have some impact as the game went on, but really, it was all Navi at that point.
It's hard to keep the individual level up that they had on Inferno and carry it into another map, especially after you're playing Dust 2, where your tactical element, that element of your game is removed and it all comes down to that raw ability, and Navi are just going to be able to close it out in that fact. So when you've got this situation where you've just had the map in between, where things have cooled down, you've started to go down and out, it's hard to come back and start performing across the board again, because if Renegades are to beat some of the top opposition, we really do need to see every single one of those players having a good game, and they can't afford to start slow. But there's certainly positives moving forward for Renegades.
Definitely positives. Even making it here was something a lot of people didn't expect. So getting more experience, getting more of a chance to play the EU teams and the CIS teams is great for them. And they've still got that lower bracket to play. So hopefully they can take some lessons away from this series. For Navi, I'm glad we got to see them come back and get the win, because too often you see Navi lose or have a slow start in tournaments, lose that early game, make it harder for themselves than it has to be. Hopefully, having this win under their belt early will allow them to build into the tournament a bit better, because I want to see Navi hot from the get-go.
Navi certainly building into the tournament, but we'll be building the bracket over the next few days. We're going to take a look at it to recap all the action that's gone down over today, because IEM Cologne just gets started. There's so much action running across two streams simultaneously, the A and B, and Gambit started their affair with a map loss to Mousesports, who were actually looking like they were going to go ahead and take the series until a Gambit comeback came through. They head on to the upper bracket match against NIP, who crushed Team Liquid on that final and third map. VP versus Big. It ended in a 2-0 fashion for VP. The transition to LAN has not been as comfortable for them, and Big continue to look very strong out of the play-in into the main event. G2 with a 2-0 win over Complexity. We've got to see a bit of it in the green room. Hawker, what were you thinking about that one?
It's nice seeing Nico have some crazy moments. Really fun series to see G2 come through in. Complexity, maybe not the hardest opposition right now to face up against, but I would love to see if they can keep it up against Big.
Well, because of those results, we did see Mousesports head down to the lower bracket to compete against Team Liquid in an elimination game tomorrow, so that's going to be real exciting to see. Up here in Group B, though, it's Navi to get a good start with a 2-1 win over the Renegades, who've just watched that one unfold. They'll head on to play Team Vitality, who took down the Brazilians of Furia 2-0. I think Furia definitely in a rough spot at the moment in terms of finding consistency of form, so it's good to see Team Vitality move through, but ZywOo versus Simple is now beginning here at IEM Cologne. We've all come here to see this, and the two best players clashing on the server this early. I'm excited to see this on LAN.
I hope we get Nuke, because I think both those guys are so good on Nuke. We saw ZywOo winning some clutches on it already in this tournament. We just saw Simple doing so well on it. That will be a very fun matchup. Whatever happens, whoever plays well, that is one you don't want to miss.
It's definitely not one you want to miss. And another matchup you do not want to miss is going to be Sprout versus Heroic. They're going to be playing tomorrow here on the B stream. That's going to be our first game of the day, but so much Counter-Strike action will continue. It's only day one of the main event, and it's concluded. We're heading into day two tomorrow. We hope to see you guys then. Thanks so much for joining us, but we'll be right back with IEM Cologne.
deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and no man.